Happy Friday. Welcome to America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as it's Cigar Mile Eve here at Aqueduct. Looking forward to a fantastic day of racing coming up tomorrow. We have an 8-race card here in New York, as well as Tampa Bay Downs coverage on the show today. Keisha from alongside Jonathan Kinchin, JK. It's some cooler temperatures, but of course we are excited about Cigar Mile Day tomorrow. It will be the final Cigar Mile to be run at Aqueduct.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to think about that. Just as long as Aqueduct's been around, a lot of the historic races that have been run here, the horses that have run here, and for this to be the last Cigar Mile, it's pretty cool. And I think for a lot of people that probably grew up coming to Aqueduct, it probably has a pretty sentimental feel to it.
Yeah. And I would certainly agree with that. But we are going to get right into it as we take a look at what's coming up. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. As mentioned, an 8-race card in New York. We had that pick 6 carryover yesterday that had a really good return. Fast main track we're dealing with here as we start fresh. 8 races over at Tampa Fast and Firm there in Florida as well. As we get ready for the opener at Tampa, they're moving towards the starting gate. 3-5 right now on the number 6. If I were you, no surprise of this horse that's just been running against a little bit better.
I was desperately looking for someone that had some sort of a pace edge in here because there's not a lot of pace in here. The 6 is a little bit pace compromised. The problem is they're all that way. They're all pace compromised. So in that event, I don't even think trying to project who makes the front even is a big enough edge. Just give me the best horse, and to your point, it is the 6. If you're getting started here with a pick 5, currently it says there's $61,000 in the pool. I would be fine using the 6 alone here. That's one of those horses that should get invited into the race, shouldn't be too far back. And when the real running starts, the 6 should just be much the best versus this group.
Samuel Marin aboard, who's been having yet another sensational meet down at Tampa. You could say maybe the 7, Kohaku, right to his outside will send, but that horse at 30-1. See how the pace does play out, and if the favorite can get the job done on the drop in class. If I were you, 3-5 as they move towards the starting gate for the opener at Tampa Bay Downs. This is non-winners of 2, $8,000 claiming race in the first race of the day on a fast main track. We'll send it up to Jason Beam for the call of the opener at Tampa Bay Downs.
As we kick off our Festivus Handicapping Challenge today, good luck to all those who signed up for that free handicapping contest. $1,000 first prize over the next couple of weeks. Here's the big favorite, if I were you, Samuel Marin. Going in, and the longest shot on the board, Kohaku to the outside. Ready to start a Friday, day number 7 of the season. Fast, firm, and it's a beautiful day. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Caught him in a pretty good line. If I Were You shows a good early speed. 4 Flag going to go with that one in the early mix. An Article is also part of the early vanguard as well. It's cutting over toward the inside there. Strength and Guidance as they stack up on the front end into that first turn. Between horses, Article, 4 Flag. They're 1-2 early on. Kohaku joining them from the far outside. Strength and Guidance had to tap on the brakes momentarily there from 4th. If I Were You joins that one up on the outside in the all-black colors. It's 2.5 more back to Theo's Thunder. And Legal Maneuver is the early trailer. About 9 lengths front to back as they sort themselves out up front. And it's 4 Flag and Kohaku, the 2 that go on. 24.47 seconds for the opening quarter mile. And it's 4 Flag just in front by a head. Kohaku in second. Then comes a lineup of 3 that's a length and a half behind them. Strength and Guidance advancing down toward the inside. Article between runners in the blue. And out wide, If I Were You, the favorite in those house black colors. Just 2.5 lengths separate the top 5. It's about 6 more now to Legal Maneuver. Theo's Thunder is last. 48.04 seconds for the opening half mile. To the far turn they run. Jose Bautista and 4 Flag in front. If I Were You, starting to warm up on the far outside, is drawn within a length of this long-time leader. In between horses, Article down to the inside. Strength and Guidance still in a bit of a tight spot. Only 2 lengths off the lead, though. Around to the quarter pole. 4 Flag. If I Were You draws to within a head and now draws on level terms. Here's the favorite. If I Were You on the outside of 4 Flag. These 2 to the top of the lane. Article's a length and a half behind them in third. Down along the inside. Strength and Guidance trying to run on for the back. Theo's Thunder. Final 1/8 of a mile to go. If I Were You. 4 Flag not going down without a fight. Is a half length back though. It's another length and a half back to Strength and Guidance. An Article. If I Were You in front past the 16th pole. 4 Flag second. If I Were You, and Samuel Marin to win the opener at 4-5. 4 Flag was second. Third ended up close there between Theo's Thunder and Strength and Guidance.
Number 6, If I Were You, turns out to be the best horse indeed in here. Not getting any sort of cute efforts throughout this race, JK. Just put him behind the pace and took over to win when it counted.
Yeah, there wasn't anything overly inspiring about it. He was just the best horse in the race. The rest of them didn't have any weapons, I thought, to take advantage of the pace of the situation. Therefore, it was just kind of an even playing field, and he was better, and he proved it here in that spot.
Over to Aqueduct, horses in the paddock for race 1. It's a maiden claiming for $20,000, going a mile. And this race did seem to revolve around inside and outside horses between the 1, Karis Chianti, and the 6, Autumn's Turn, both of them at 6-5. And they faced each other last time, finishing 2nd and 3rd behind a runaway winner. Now, Autumn's Turn was able to come running late to nab Karis Chianti, but you will have to take a filly that's 0 for 25.
Yeah. The difference, I think, is that Karis Chianti last time had a little bit of pressure. Just like we saw in the last race at Tampa, pace has a big say in a lot of races like this. To me, this is a 2-horse race between the 1, Karis Chianti, and the 6, Autumn's Turn. The difference is Karis Chianti is forward, Autumn's Turn comes from out of it. I don't think there's enough pace pressure to set up poorly for Karis Chianti. I think she's going to be tough to beat in here and turn the tables on Autumn's Turn.
4-5 now to the inside on Karis Chianti. As you mentioned, that was her only time going long, and she was forwardly placed that day, had some pressure, dueling, just nabbed for 2nd, but took that heat early, and it was only her first time going the mile. She's more lightly raced as we see horses head out from the paddock to kick off our post parade, and Karis Chianti will start us off, currently the favorite.
She just looks absolutely loose in here, especially from the inside. Ruben Silvera sticks on this time. I think he'll be aggressive and put her on the front end. She'll be hard to catch.
Yeah, can you imagine if she runs close to that 70 by her speed figure she ran on debut? Here's it, Katerina Rostova.
Yeah, just a turf horse trying to run on the dirt. There actually is a turf horse running on the dirt that I do like early on the show today we'll get to, but not this one.
Paraiba Blue, trying to turn things around, also been on the turf.
Yeah, same for a good turf horse, but this one has absolutely no early speed. I cannot design the race in which Paraiba Blue can run that one down.
My daughter's gift, first start since May.
Yeah, I mean, she's got so many bad races. Another one that I don't see how she could even be 13-1 right now.
Tis All Mine, disappointing effort behind the top 2.
Yeah, I mean, you see horses like this when you get to this level, trying to find their friends. Unfortunately, I don't think this is Tis All Mine's friends.
And Autumn's Turn, she ran well last time, but this is start number 26.
Yeah, but I suppose if someone decides to go with the 1, Karis Chianti, it could set up for the 6, Autumn's Turn. I don't see who that horse is, and at similar prices, I find a lot more value on the 1, Karis Chianti, who should be loose in here.
That's the field for the opener. There's a look at your current favorite, 4-5 on Karis Chianti. One thing that I think I've really come to rely on with Ruben Silvera, who will be aboard the current favorite, is he's going to be aggressive and he's going to send away from there. He's not going to overcomplicate things, especially with a horse that has natural speed.
I love that in my riders. I said it yesterday, I'll say it today, and I'll say it tomorrow. I want my riders to err on the side of aggression than being passive, and Ruben does that.
He's aboard the current 4-5 favorite as we welcome in trackside with us, champion jockey Richard Migliori. Richie, what are you seeing from these maidens?
Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit of a lean, hungry group, if you will, to be honest. But these races are important to the connections, to the grooms, to the obviously owners, trainers, and a lot of riders that are, I think, hungry in here. And we'll start with your favorite, Karis Chianti. I do think she'll have speed from the inside. Ruben Silvera is consistently aggressive. She looks good. She's trained by Mitch Friedman, somebody that I've had a long history with, rode a lot of winners for him when we were racing together. Also, he went to Brentwood High School. He went to Ross. I went to Sonderling. Well, I didn't really go to the high school. I went to the middle school, but I would have went to Sonderling. And they were rivals, even though they were the same town. So he was on the rival team anyway. But she looks good. Mitch does a good job. You can only get your horses to run as fast as they're capable of running. And I think she just might have landed in the right spot here. She will be my top selection. The 4, My Daughter's Gift. This horse, I think, holds the key to the race, even though, obviously on her form, I don't think she has a chance to win, but she does show speed at times. And last time she showed, high speed. So does she kind of trip up, the 1 horse, Karis Chianti? Just make her run a little harder than she has to for a quarter of a mile, the first quarter or the first 3/8. I don't expect her to stick around long, but will she do just enough to help set it up for a horse that's looking to get it done in her 26th try? Will it be the double Baker's dozen will be the charm? Autumn's Turn. She's the only other one that I could give a look at that would make me consider good outside draw. I think it all depends on what the 4 does. But one thing that Ruben Silvera does consistently, that's aggressive. And it puts being aggressive. And it puts the other riders in the mindset that, well, he's going to go. They've already got a preconceived notion. And it winds up allowing you to make the lead easier sometimes than you would. But again, the 4 holds the key to this as far as I'm concerned. And I agree with you, Jonathan. If you're going to make a mistake, make an aggressive mistake. I never wanted to be a victim. I'd rather take the destiny into my own hands.
Wow, that's some really strong words there from the MIG.
Richie, he's poetic.
Very poetic. How do you even follow that?
But I mean, in fairness, though, I mean, I think it's one of the reasons why people respected Richie as a rider, is that, I think that when you have someone who acts with aggression or being forward, being aggressive in their decision making, you'll never confuse that with effort, right? So you might say, oh, that was a dumb decision to go that fast, but it's not necessarily ever an effort question. But when you have a rider who lets one fall at the back, they're going 50 to the half, and he's back there 17 lengths back, that makes you feel like, well, are you not paying attention? Like, do you not care? Are you not trying? You'll never feel that way about a rider who acts with aggression, and that's why Mig's a fan favorite around here.
That's a good way to put it, and certainly makes you popular with the bettors as well. Even money now to the outside on the number 6, Autumn's Turn. You kind of have these 2 horses as, of course, we're looking forward to tomorrow. You brought up some of the memories with Cigar Mile Day. Is there, I'm putting you on the spot here, but is there maybe one that kind of sticks out for you, even in the last couple years?
Wow.
I've seen some really good horses.
Let me quickly go to the internet to remind myself of some Cigar Mile winners. Let's see here.
I'm filling time in case you hadn't seen. Yeah.
I'm trying to remember. It's kind of I had a nice score the day the Maximum Security won.
Okay.
Maximum Security, I know a little of a tricky one. Private Zone, I remember that one. Stay Thirsty, I remember quite a bit. Trying to think of another. To Honor and Serve, I remember being, and that's when the Cigar Mile for a very long time was a grade 1.
Right.
And I think that because of the Breeders' Cup, the Dirt Mile, the Classic, that kind of being everyone's end-of-year target, unfortunately, it took a little bit of a hit. I still, in knocking it down to a grade 2, but I love the one-turn mile in general, right? I think it's the Met Mile is one of my favorite races of the entire year. I love the Dirt Mile when it takes place at a racetrack where it can be run at a flat mile. I just think that it's the greatest indicator we have in racing where speed and stamina meet, and you get horses stretching out, horses cutting back, and it usually goes for some pretty great races.
And the last big opportunity here in New York to win a race like that coming up tomorrow, Cigar Mile Day. But first, the opener in New York, 4 to 5. Now to the outside on Autumn's Turn. We'll see if today is the day, and maybe it is her turn. Race 1 from New York. Chris Griffin has the call.
'Tis All Mine. Goes in. Autumn's Turn. Last to load. Autumn's Turn. Goes in. All set for the opener. And they're off. Katerina Ristova broke outward and shuffled back. There was Paraiba Blue to be the early trailer. Kara's Chianti has the speed, and Kara's Chianti is up by a full length. 'Tis All Mine. Mild pressure to the outside, purple cap, but now straightening up is Katerina Ristova at the rail. He's going to try and hold that spot as they come out of the chute. Kara's Chianti is the easy leader. Has a neck advantage over Katerina Ristova, who's towards the inside. And here comes a move from My Daughter's Gift, who now takes third. Traveling as a pair is Autumn's Turn. Tightly bunched. Right there in the purple cap still is 'Tis All Mine. And the trailer, Paraiba Blue. They work up the backstretch, and they're chasing Kara's Chianti 25 seconds flat. That posted opening quarter mile. So they're crawling up front, and it's Keres Chianti with a head advantage. Katerina Ristova down towards the inside is trying to keep up now as they're approaching a half mile left to go, and they work into the turn. 50 seconds flat for the half mile time. Keres Chianti starts the sprint for home. Katerina Ristova is trying to keep up here from second. Autumn's Turn is looking for room, is now just steadying briefly, is caught back in that third spot. Passing that rival is Tis All Mine. Purple Cap has now taken that third spot. Keres Chianti is the leader. Keres Chianti, Tis All Mine at the rail. Autumn's Turn is trying to build some momentum in between horses. Keres Chianti turns it for home, is still up by 2. Autumn's Turn has been traveling awkwardly there and now tips towards the outside, and Autumn's Turn is trying to commence a rally to come after Keres Chianti. Keres Chianti, now Autumn's Turn focuses on the task, but a 16th left to go. Keres Chianti's almost home. Keres Chianti wins the opener. Keres Chianti over Autumn's Turn, Tis All Mine, and Katerina Ristova in 1 minute 40.41 seconds.
Keres Chianti with the win as she took control, as we had anticipated might have been the case, and Ruben Silveira just said, let's go, mama, and that's all he had to do.
At the half-mile pole, he made a decision that I think won the race. I know that he ends up winning by a couple of lengths, but in my opinion, if he doesn't open up right coming into the turn and let her kind of roll a little bit and take advantage of the lead that he had, the speed that she has, I think he invites the 6 into the race and it becomes a lot closer at the end. I thought Ruben's decision to open it up, let her run a little bit, use that advantage. Don't just get the advantage and then put it in your pocket and save it for later. Get the advantage, use the advantage, and I think that's exactly what he did.
She went off even money, the runner-up at 4-5. They went 25 for the opening quarter, 50 seconds for the half. She was able to control things pretty comfortably, but like you said, open up. As you often hear Mig say, don't invite the closers in. 1-6-5-2 in the opener. Logical results. Keres Chianti breaks her maiden, getting the victory. When we come back, we'll preview a little bit of what's coming up. Stay with us. We're back on America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com. Take a look at the Freedom Tower over in New York City, just a stone's throw away. We have an inquiry going on in the opener. I don't believe it involves the winner, but it's taking place at the start. JK, I think it's between the 4 and the 5. We'll get you that view momentarily, but stewards looking at the beginning of the race. So let's take a look at what takes place here at the start. And the 4 kind of leaps up at that point.
I want to see the start again because I want to know if it has something to do with the handler with the 4, because he kind of threw his head.
No?
No.
He let go.
No, he just...
I think it looks like the horse caused her own issues there.
And if it's anyone's fault from that shot, to me it was the 4. And if that's the case, the 5 finished in front of the 4. I don't know.
Right. Well, I would guess because they're looking at the start and there's the inquiry, they're trying to ascertain, did the 4, My Daughter's Gift, get a fair start? And the inquiry sign has actually been taken down at this point. Maybe was the gentleman in the gate crew, was his leg in the way? Did he let go enough time? And it looked like was clear, but as mentioned, it's been taken down already.
Well, there it is. Much ado about nothing.
There you
See,
go.
that's poetry, isn't it?
Yeah.
So take that, Richie.
It's Shakespeare, right? 1652, still unofficial, but again, that inquiry sign down. In the opener, Karis Chianti breaks her maiden. We go on to race number 2 up next, and it is actually official now in the openers. Again, with Karis Chianti getting the victory. Take a look at the prices since it has gone official. $4.24 winner, Karis Chianti, holding off Autumn's Turn, who picks up yet another in the money finish. I'll give a little credit to Tis All Mine after that start, and she was right there at a monster price.
This is one of those races that makes this game seem a lot easier than it actually is, right? It's like that's exactly how I thought that race would unfold. And so you get this confidence of like, oh, I can figure this out, and then something completely bonkers happens in the next race. So let's see if this second race will be just as easy. It feels like the 3 Big Hat Willie is going to be extremely tough to beat in here. Just feels better than these other horses' small group.
Yeah, very few scratches on the card today. Unfortunately, race 2 impacted by scratches. So Big Hat Willie is short price now with the scratch of Barksdale. But we saw that inquiry take place in the opener. Richie, what were your thoughts on what we were seeing there at the start?
Yeah, I think what took place, guys, was that the force, My Daughter's Gift, the rider just had a little bit too much tension in the reins leaving the starting gate, and she reacted to that. She obviously has a light mouth, but when she throws her head up at the break and veers out, it's to get away from that pressure on her mouth. It's a fine line as a rider. You've got to give a horse enough rein to be able to jump into their stride and at the same time not lose control of them. This was a case, it just appeared to me that the rider had too much of a hold leaving the starting gate.
Richie, thank you. Good to see Stuart's taking a look. And again, no change, no impact to the race after the start there in race 1. Well, as we've mentioned several times, coming up tomorrow, not only is it Cigar Mile Day, but we'll have live coverage from Caymanas Park and the Mute Mile as we get a chance to really celebrate Jamaica. And it's been 5 weeks since Hurricane Melissa slammed into Jamaica in many parts of the island. Although there's still a long road ahead, the pride of Jamaica is still very strong with those recovering every day.
So the reality of this storm was that we had a few days of preparation more than we normally do. It was very slow going. We weren't sure where it was going to hit, and we weren't sure how strong it was going to be when it was going to hit. We had quite a few days of developing of the storm.
Hurricane Melissa, now a Category 5 storm.
A Cat 5 storm with max winds around 160 miles an hour.
What country could be prepared for 185-mile-an-hour winds and an historic hurricane?
This is definitively the biggest storm I've ever seen in my lifetime. This is one of the strongest storms in history. Our first initiative was to pack care packages. There are immediate needs after a storm. People need water, they need food, they need hygiene packages, they need some kind of shelter. So far, we have done over 1,000 care packages to over 18 communities across the hardest hit areas of the island.
We limbed trees to an extent, but there are quite a few. So we did what we could near to buildings. We boarded up all of our houses with ply on the windows, made sure water tanks were full, checked and serviced generators, and made sure that vehicles were parked in safe places, all fueled up and ready. When it got really bad, about 132, and it was like 185 plus, that's when roofs started to lift and move and go. But it was pretty devastating to really see it. I rebuilt this place after Gilbert in 1988, and Jamaica as a whole got very badly hit because it traveled from one end to the other. This kind of just came across here. It was just me and my father at that time rebuilding. Now I've got 2 boys to help us with, and my wife, who's been absolutely amazing. She's held us together. She's provided direction and focus. We just provide the energy. So my wife has been amazing. My 2 boys, Cameron and Douglas. Incredibly proud. The guys, the community, our workers, have rallied around. They've been here long hours, hard work. Chainsaws, well, just, it's been a struggle, but they've been amazing.
Jamaica is an incredibly blessed place. We are truly unique. I think we are one of the smallest countries with the biggest impacts globally. We have a tough road ahead of us. The important thing is that we're all ready to work and we're all ready to get back to where we were. So certainly while it's not going to be a short-term recovery, it's certainly going to be a recovery where Jamaicans are committed to getting back there.
It's been a struggle. But I'm very proud of everybody.
And for more information and to support, you can donate going to supportjamaica.gov.jm, sending prayers, love, and support to the wonderful people of Jamaica. I had the opportunity to go last year, JK, and it's such a warm and inviting country. Everybody there is just so happy that you're there and wants to show off their home to you. So throughout this devastation, you see just the real support and character of the people there. And I'm sure with the Mute Mile coming up this weekend, a great opportunity to showcase the beauty and the resilience of Jamaica.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's when you see tragedies like that and there's an opportunity to help, if you're able to help, it's always something that I would recommend if it's something that you, like I said, can. No, not all people can help, but if you can, it certainly is something to consider.
Mute Mile tomorrow coming up. We'll get a chance to see their marquee race day over at Caymanas Park, but please do visit that website and see how you can support Jamaica. As we get ready to continue on with our live racing, Tampa Bay Downs will be coming up next. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
$1,600,000 $1,600,000 $1,600,000 bid now $650,000 $1,650,000 anybody else want $650,000 bid today $1,650,000 thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Welcome to the 2025 Keeneland September yearling sale, where history was made when Three Chimneys Gunrunner, the sire of 2025 Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Locked, and Brent, became the first horse in the history of the Keeneland September sale to sire the session topper of each of the first 4 sessions. Among them was the $3.3 million sale topper, purchased by Peter Brent, MV Magner, and Winchell Thoroughbreds. Gunrunner, Breed Shaper, Dream Maker.
Saturday on America's Day at the Races, winner of 8 races in 12 starts, Bishop's Bay sets the pace at Aqueduct's iconic Cigar Mile, one of 6 stakes races on a winning card from the Big A. Kicks off Saturday, 11 Eastern on FS1.
Now's the time to subscribe to the Naira Bets YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like Naira Bets on YouTube.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Race 2 coming up next from Tampa Bay Downs. Non-winners of 3 in life. And we have a short price favorite here as well. Betsy Licious to the outside. She ran well at Colonial last time out, coming off a little bit of a freshening since September.
Yeah, I mean, she's one that I think that, I think she's drawn really well. Historically, being to the outside at Tampa is where you want to be. She's got tactical speed. I really like her race 3 back that was on this racetrack. She was odds on that day, but she did what she was supposed to do and won easily. I suppose this race has a little bit more early speed that could potentially kind of cloud things up for her, but there's not a lot that I see in terms of who I would want to try to pick up the pieces. I suppose the one Answer the Call on the inside is one that feels like we'll kind of take back from the inside and then potentially make one run. The turf race last time, going a little bit longer, was actually pretty good. Even though it's on the dirt now, I think there's some foundation you can assume that will show up a little bit late in this race for that one. And there should be some pace to at least annoy the likely winner in the 7, Betsy Licious.
See how it plays out as they move towards the starting gate. Looking like it's the 3. Hard to see from that angle, but they're loading her with a blanket on. Of course, there is a pole right in front of her stall, but in any event, that sometimes helps with horses that are maybe a little bit ticklish, a little bit thin-skinned, don't like the feeling of the starting gate on either side of them. Saw them loading in with that piece of equipment, and that will, of course, stay with the gate when she breaks. But race 2 coming up next, we'll see if the 7, Betsy Licious, can get the win to the outside as the favorite. Jason Beam has the call.
Dietz going in. Heavenly Dancer. Samuel Marin looks for the early double. He's 15-1 here to pick up that second half of that. And Betsy Licious, Sonny Leone, the favorite to the outside. 4-5, Betsy Licious. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Caught him in a very good line. Glorious Lady in the yellow color shows out first. Wildcat Mini up the inside, and those two to set the early tempo through that first 16th of a mile. Answer the Call was away 3rd from down on the rail, now shifts toward the outside. Heavenly Dancer is 4th. Betsy Licious the favorite 5th, and about 3.5 off the top. It's a break of 3 more then, back to Dietz, and another 4. Back to the big long shot, Flame for Real, who is the early trailer. Glorious Lady, Wildcat Mini, they're 1-2 with Heavenly Dancer, Betsy Licious moving closer now, 3 and 4 wide respectively after a 22.04 second opening quarter mile. Here comes Betsy Licious, the favorite, charging after Glorious Lady. Betsy Licious on the outside. Glorious Lady tries to counter back, but Betsy Licious now ahead in front. Glorious Lady trying to stick with her. They're a length and a half in front of Heavenly Dancer. Answer the Call, trying to rally up with Wildcat Mini. Then comes Dietz, and a long last is Flame for Real. Betsy Licious, Glorious Lady. These two continue to battle by the 3/16 pole. Betsy Licious trying to put away a stubborn Glorious Lady who's battling on toward the inside, but now a half length back. Betsy Licious now a length in front. Glorious Lady, Wildcat Mini trying to run up into that second spot, but in the final 16th to go, it's Betsy Licious in command. Betsy Licious going to go on to it here, win it by about 3.5, 4 in the end. Glorious Lady was second. 3rd went to Wildcat Mini, and 4th Answer the Call.
Favorites sweep the early double over at Tampa Bay Downs. Betsy Licious, she was just best, and she delivers at a short price, though kind of swishing her tail a bit from that riding crop.
Yeah, she had that great post outside, right, where she could kind of let the other horses inside of her do what they wanted. She was in the clear. She ranged up on the backside, took command on the turn, and then just drew away. She was just better than these horses, and you saw that there, and she got a nice trip as well.
Let's meet the field for race 2 at Aqueduct. Again, unfortunately, this race really the only one on the card impacted by scratches coming out. So we'll take a look first at the 2 Social Hour. First off the claim for Cantor Mossy Barn.
Yeah, got a pretty easy trip last time. The pace wasn't too quick in there. I typically like to play against horses off of trips like that.
The favorite, Big Hat Willie, went by?
Yeah, this is the most likely winner. Has some big races and seems like they're going in the right direction.
Another for Rob Atras, Trust Issues.
Yeah, I thought this one's 2-back race was interesting from a pace standpoint, but I think could set up nicely for the 3.
And Metalhead went by, getting that big warm-up.
Yeah, it's a horse that went a little bit longer last time, now cutting back to the 6. But there is some 6-furlong races in there that are okay. There is wins, but they're at Parks, and they don't seem as fast as some of these other races these other horses have run.
Compact field, as we take a look at Big Hat Willie, he ran a really big race at Delaware 2 starts back, and then last time, I mean, that was like a mini stakes field that he had to face in that allowance race with the undefeated Knightsbridge for Bill Mott. BU, a talented horse in there as well. Looks like he could run back to this type of race 2-back.
Yeah, I would think so. If he can find that performance. It was going a little bit longer last time, 7 furlong. I think he's probably better going 6. Trending in the right direction, should appreciate some class relief. And there's even the race from the spring at Churchill prior to moving to Rob Atras's barn that was pretty darn good. And there's a bunch of races beyond that were pretty darn good. I think this horse is probably the most consistent, and I like the style here. And you have a stablemate in the 4 Trust Issues that I would think would probably be a little bit more aggressively ridden and will allow for Big Hat Willie just kind of sit in behind those.
3 to 5 is, you see the prices over there from Tampa, short price on Betsy Licious. There's a look at your favorite at Aqueduct, Big Hat Willie, as we check in trackside with Richie.
Yeah, guys, I'm only going to talk about 2 horses in this abbreviated field of 4, and that's the 2-horse Social Hour, the youngster in the group, the 3-year-old. Just looks terrific for Ilke Cantor-Mossy. I'm a big fan of the Cantor-Mossy family. And he's a horse that I think could have some upside, potential to continue to improve, being a 3-year-old as opposed to Big Hat Willie, who's a 5-year-old, soon to be 6. Horses don't fully mature until the age of 5. Who you know what you're going to get from him, and he is my top selection, Big Hat Willie. But I also did think the 2 Social Hour was a little bit interesting, being a 3-year-old that could take a step forward. I'm also becoming a big Sahin Savachi fan, very classy individual, liked interviewing you yesterday, and I understand his approach to riding. Sometimes you watch riders do things and you go, I don't know why they did that or what was that. With him, the way he rides makes sense to me. Again, we talk about principles of riding. So I thought Social Hour was a little bit interesting, but Big Hat Willie, very much the horse to beat. Not only does he look like the best horse on paper, he was the best turned out horse, dappled out, looks great for Rob Atras, and I just had a hard time seeing past the favorite. I wish I could give you something more creative, but Big Hat Willie looks a little too tough.
He's 3 to 5 right now. Richie, thank you. He had some good things to say about the 2 Social Hour, and he is one that, as you said, got a good trip last time. He's stepping up a little bit, whereas the other 2 for Rob Atras and the 3 and the 4 are dropping down in class. But in a compact field, does that kind of open things up a little bit sometimes?
Yeah, it certainly can. I think for me with Social Hour, there's the unknown of what you're going to get, right? I mean, he had the big race back at Monmouth in August for Rick Dutrow, and then he kind of tailed off a little bit. Then he had an okay race, but still considered tailed off, I thought, for Orlando Noda. And then he shows up for the Cantor-Mossy, so you don't know how he's going to react. You're still kind of guessing, is this horse going to improve back to where he was, or is this just kind of who he is now? And I think that kind of leaves a lot open for interpretation. And I think with the 3, Big Hat Willie, you just kind of know who he is, you know what you're going to get, you know the consistency you get with his runs, and I think that's just a little bit easier to lean on. But, like any race, it really just depends on what your goal is for the race, right? I mean, if you're trying to play multi-race wagers and you want to single the 3, then I think that makes a ton of sense. If you're looking for some value from the win standpoint, the 3 is probably a little bit over bet in that regard, and there's some other opportunities elsewhere. But it really all depends on what your goal is for this race.
With the scratch of Barksdale's, he did look to be the controlling speed in here. How did you see it playing out? Look like the 4 should be the one in front?
I would think so. I mean, I would think so, especially with intent. You'd like to think that having these 2 types of horses in here, one that wants to come from a little bit more off of it and one that likes to be a little bit more forward, kind of take advantage of the possibility of either scenario playing out. If no one else goes and Trust Issues gets loose, it works out great for Rob Atras and his owners for the 4 Trust Issues. If for whatever they take back and try to run past the 3 late, I don't think that necessarily works out. So not necessarily, a rabbit per se, but just team tactics where you know what one is going to do, so let's just do the opposite rather than do the same thing that puts us both in jeopardy of winning.
Yeah, looking like we have a slight delay. They're doing something with the equipment. It looks like with the bridle on the 3 Big Hat Willie. Manny Franco's still in the saddle, so certainly nothing wrong, but I'm not sure, as you've got 4 members of the gate crew on his head. Either something happened with the pony strap or a buckle came undone, but looks like they've got everything all sorted out. These guys are on top of everything back at the gate.
Absolutely. It's they're the unsung heroes, right? Back there, it's a dangerous job jumping into that little small confined space with a 1,000-pound animal. They're also there protecting the riders as well. So they check a lot of boxes for us here at NYRA.
Final horse to load in for race 2. Chris Griffin has the call.
And in, all set. And they're off. Trust Issues off very slowly. Metalhead and Social Hour, they tangle early, and now Social Hour, head held high, as a neck in front, now a half length. Metalhead on the far outside is trying to keep up here as a close-up second, and in behind them comes Big Hat Willie. Trust Issues, after the slow start, is now 2.5 off the lead. Starts to make up ground from the back, but the leader is Social Hour. Social Hour will take him into the far turn, less than 4 furlongs to go. 22-4 for the opening quarter mile. Big Hat Willie is following Social Hour on the rail, is now in gear here, and here comes Big Hat Willie after the leader. Metalhead is trying to keep up in third, and Trust Issues. Blue Silks is going to have a ground-saving journey. Is there room at the rail here for Trust Issues, who's right in behind the leaders? A quarter mile left to go. Social Hour with a nose in front. Right there is Big Hat Willie to the outside. Trust Issues is starting to stall, is trying to build some momentum at the rail, but Social Hour fending him off, has a furlong left to go. Social Hour, Big Hat Willie going to try one more time to the outside. Big Hat Willie, Social Hour, down to these 2. Social Hour, a neck in front. Big Hat Willie lunges. Photo finish there between Social Hour and the red blinkers, then Big Hat Willie. Trust Issues finished third. Final running time, 1 minute 9.77 seconds.
Maybe it was a compact field, but they made it exciting. Down to the wire. Photo between the 2 Social Hour and the red blinkers and the 3 Big Hat Willie. Oh.
First time I saw it, I thought one jump too late for the 3.
I thought so too.
Now watching it, just for the sake of drama, my prediction is the 3-1.
I think the 3 just got there. But that being said, it looked like the 2 Social Hour was going to be able to wire the field, because this race changed dramatically at the beginning with the slow start of the 4 Trust Issues. So give credit to Social Hour and Sahin Savachi, just what Richie was saying. Sahin said, okay, I'll go. I'll take advantage and try to wire this field. That's tight.
Oh my gosh, watching that again, that is close. Yeah, you're 100% right. The 2 got loose because the 4 didn't break. It's a different outcome, in my opinion, if the 4. And actually, the 4 ran pretty darn good down on the inside, considering the start. I'm not sure the 4 might not have got the job done in which he would have broke a little bit better.
So tight photo finish between those 2 horses, between the 2 Social Hour and the 3 Big Hat Willie. This has to be tough too, because he's doing all right there, but the 2 Social Hour is a high-headed horse. He runs with his head up in the air. I'm sure Sahin was like, put your nose down. We need it down on the wire in time.
Yeah, I mean, he's never in front until literally possibly the last jump.
Very, very tight. Of course, we're looking at that mirror right there. The 2 social hour inside, trying to hold off the late rally of Big Hat Willie. They made it exciting in a thriller there. We've had some tight photo finishes the last few days.
I still find myself just amazed that these horses can run for 3/4 of a mile, 1,000-pound animals, all the different variables in a race, and at the end of it, they're literally an inch away from each other. Or maybe in this case, okay, never mind.
Dead heat.
Just kidding. In this case, there's nothing separating.
There you go. Wow, that was dead tight. Dead heat. So a 4-horse field, and it's a dead heat for the win. Cannot separate them at the wire. Wow. There you go. You never know what's going to happen, even in a $40,000 claiming race with a compact field.
Yeah, I'm sure Rob Atras was hoping that he could have the photo with the 3 and the 4, but I'm sure they'll both take what they can get.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's shocking to me. 6 furlongs, nothing separates them.
Dead heat. They can't separate them between Social Hour and Big Hat Willie in race 2. Bring your prices when we come back.
Well, we've been here since 1910. Started here with my great-grandfather. They moved the operation from Virginia to present-day Claiborne in Paris, Kentucky. Long lineage between my grandfather, Bull Hancock, who was really influential in importing European stallions. And those stallions ended up kind of transcending the American bloodstock, and they're still evident and prevalent throughout the pedigrees today. My father, he had Mr. Prospector. He brought him up from Florida. He's had Danzig. Obviously, Secretariat was his first stallion that he ever syndicated, so he caught lightning in a bottle right off the bat, and I'm trying to do the same thing now. Certainly we've come along and been really lucky and gotten some really good stallions along the way. Warfront's obviously in the sunset of his career. He's been unbelievable for us. We're looking for someone to fill his shoes, and we're excited about Mindframe. We think he can be that next big horse for us. Annapolis has had his first foals on the ground, and they're looking unbelievable. Certainly Prince of Monaco, he has his first that are in utero, and we're looking forward to those foals in the spring. We've really put an emphasis on our September sale this year, more so than years past. We're feeling confident that we have a really good group, and hopefully the sales results will prove that. We've had a lot of wonderful clients over the years that have really supported us and backed us, and that's been one of the main reasons why we've had the success we've had. We couldn't do it without them. It's hard to be in business for 115 years if you're not doing things the right way. Our motto is do the usual and usually well, and we've always felt like if you take care of the horse is going to take care of you, and we've certainly been lucky in that regard.
And our program is brought to you by Claiborne Farm as we see our 2 winners heading into the winner's circle after race 2. Dead heat between the 2 Social Hour and the 3 Big Hat Willie. There's the photo. No separating them.
I think they should be forced to take the picture together.
Together, like in one.
Yeah, one horse on one side, one on the other, both connections.
It's nice.
Yeah, you know.
A little kumbaya moment. So here's a look at the replay. The 2 Social Hour took the bull by the horns, proverbial speaking, went to the front end, tried to wire the field, and it looked like the 3 Big Hat Willie was not going to be able to get by, but just the strength of Manny Franco, he kept after that horse. And like you said, they're running hard for 6 furlongs, and then in the final few jumps, they get so close, you can't even separate them.
Yeah, I mean, it was so close. He just kept coming. And I would think for a majority of the stretch, it looked like the 2 was going to dig in and hold him off. And then for a second and a half, it looked like Big Hat Willie was going to get some momentum. And then it just kind of stalled out, and it looked like it was going to go back to the 2. It was a back and forth throughout the stretch of what we thought was going to happen. But they'll go those payouts there with the dead heat, a couple different prices.
Now a little bit of a bigger price on Social Hour. Again, race changing dramatically with the slow start of the number 4 Trust Issues. Race 3 coming up next. New York bred maiden special weight for 2-year-olds going a mile, and it is our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift's 6-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief, sire of this year's Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner Sovereignty. Right now, max money, even money to the inside. I know that he does look to be kind of the horse to beat coming off that second in the Sleepy Hollow. I thought it was a relatively wide open race.
Yeah, I mean, I think the both inside horses, Max Money and 4th and 1, exiting that Sleepy Hollow, make a lot of sense as horses that you can lean on in here. I actually thought after 2 favorites in a row winning, or short price horses, I think the 3 Royal Riddle is at least a little bit interesting. A horse that's taken money kind of in all 3 starts. I thought ran well enough last time considering has some speed going the mile, and I think is one that could be going in the right direction to take the blinkers off as well. So a lot of changes going on for Royal Riddle that could kind of put him right in the mix if the 1 or the 2 don't show up.
And then you have the 4, 5, and 6 that are all going turf to dirt, at least as far as the 5, 21 Red and the 6 Snickery. They both have pedigree to suggest they should actually improve getting to the dirt.
Yeah, you see that a lot. One of the things about having a New York bred, it feels like you see those kind of crossover situations where because the money's so good, it makes sense to take the chance. Yeah. I didn't really love any of them. I guess the one that I would pick would be the 521 Red a horse, just because that horse has taken so much money that there's got to be some talent for a horse that's been working on the dirt.
We'll see. You got Jonathan so revved up. He's throwing things. He's so excited about the Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, which is coming up next in that 3rd race. And again, tomorrow, not only the Cigar Mile, but also the Mute Mile from Caymanas Park in Jamaica. We'll have live coverage for you. Andy Serling and Maggie Wolfendale are there. I think Andy keeps liking to go back because walking around Caymanas Park, and they were very kind to me as well, but Andy is like a rock star there.
Is he?
Yeah.
That's so funny, a celebrity. It checks out, you know, and Talking Horses is a very important show. It's been on for quite some time. I mean, obviously he's on this show as well, but I think for the true hardcore horse players, they love Talking Horses, and I'm sure that his fan base down there has come a long way from that.
Absolutely. You see Jason DaCosta and last year's winner in the Muche Mile, and we'll see if Jason can do it again. Muche Mile will be race 11 tomorrow. We'll also have the Bruce on the Loose Sprint and the Chairman's Plate. You can watch it all on Fox Sports. Live coverage Muche Mile Day from Caymanas Park, as well as Cigar Mile Day coverage here in New York. Race 3 coming up next from Tampa Bay Downs, getting the call for riders up. We'll preview and take a little bit of a deeper look at the field. More live action from Florida coming up after this.
Charge, it is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia? Never in doubt.
Fort Washington on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as we get ready for our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Horses in the paddock for the third. This New York bred maiden special weight. There's Max Money. Now, after this race, where he finished second at a big price, 23-1 that day, he did receive a ride home on the equine ambulance, but as a result would have had to go through a certain set of protocols to be able to enter again, and a good sign that he comes back quickly.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't necessarily have a problem with these two inside horses, taking all the money. I just think when you have 2-year-olds and the distances start changing. Now all three of these horses on the inside, 1, 2, and 3, all have run at a mile. But there can be changes. Things can happen differently. They can grow up a little bit. They can figure things out. They're all lightly raced. And I think that when it comes to these short price horses, they have to feel like overwhelming for me to not take a chance with someone else. And while Max Money and 4th and 1 both make sense and both feel like the type of horse that can win, I can't stop looking at the 3 for a horse that I think maybe could turn the corner second time going a mile.
For this Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, paddock report, let's head down to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. And we'll start right there with the 1 Max Money. That was a big effort last time. I thought it worked out a really good trip, and I agree with you. I wouldn't be concerned with the fact that this horse did get a ride home last time because of the protocols, and they're very strict about if a horse is healthy enough to compete. Horse looks great. Could not fault this horse from a physical standpoint at all, and a lot of times that's what we're looking for in the paddock, particularly with horses that are taking a lot of money, right? Is there a weakness? Is there something that tells me maybe this horse isn't going to run their A race today? I don't see that with the 1 Max Money, and I definitely don't see it with the 2 4th and 1, the Jeremiah Englehart trainee. I like the fact that this horse has taken the blinkers off, and they come out of the same race, the Sleepy Hollow last time, where Max Money got the better, about 3 lengths the better of 4th and 1. But 4th and 1, I thought, did all the running early, right? Was involved, vying for the lead, and rightfully got a little bit tired stretching the mile. They take the blinkers off. Usually that's a sign they want a horse to relax a bit more, and looks outstanding, as most of Jeremiah Englehart's trainees do look. The horse that caught my eye from a physical perspective is the 6 Snickery from the Mark Cassie barn. It's just extremely well turned out. I love when a horse has a coat like this time of year. It's an odd time of year. We're getting into winter. Obviously, it's cold today, but it's not cold every day. So it feels like sometimes horses' coats just don't kind of turn the right way because, you know, some nights it's a little colder, some nights it's a little warmer, and it's almost like their internal clock's a little bit thrown off. So I forgive a lot of things with a horse's coat, but when I see one as outstanding as Snickery, he is by Nick's Go, who needs no introduction as a dirt runner, and looking at him physically, I'm not convinced that his conformation says turf at all. So I thought that horse was a little bit interesting, well drawn from the outside, but certainly Max Money and 4th and 1 are the horses to beat.
Coming out of a New York bred stake, Richie, thank you from Max Money, 4th and 1. Let's go back to the conversation of what Richie said about the speed in that Sleepy Hollow. 4th and 1 was the one that did the dirty work on the front end there. The blinker's coming off now, which I think a little bit of an interesting move as well, seeing if that can get him to settle a little bit. How did you see this race playing out for him today?
Yeah, I mean, I would think that they'll be aggressive again, especially with Manny Franco. Flavien isn't going to just take back either, though. He'll hold his position. So it's going to be very interesting to watch what Flavien and Manny decide to do from that inside, those 2 inside posts. Of the 2, between Max Money and 4th and 1, I prefer 4th and 1. I think that 4th and 1 has a couple of good races. I actually like the sprint race as well, 2 races back. The little change of the blinkers off, I think, goes a long way as well.
Over to Tampa Bay Downs, race 3 coming up next, as you have a field of 9 here, and much more wide open board than we've seen thus far. Divo Doro, the 4, currently the favorite at 2 to 1, but pretty evenly matched beyond that with quite a few of these runners.
Yeah, I mean, I think Divo Doro has a little bit of a pace edge in terms of recency. The 6 Messi the Great is where I wanted to go. I want to forgive the last race, which is hard to do. The pace was pretty quick there, didn't necessarily work out. But the previous races for Messi the Great, this horse ran fast final numbers, ran fast early numbers. So I'm just hoping that whatever happened last time was an anomaly and we can get back to some of those previous races. I'll go with the 6, Messi the Great.
Are you a Messi fan?
Yeah, I like Messi.
Yeah?
Yeah, of course. He's
gotta respect him, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
A legend.
Yeah.
All right, into the gate we go for race 3. Tampa Bay Downs at number 4. Divo Doro currently 2 to 1. JK with interest in the 6. Messi the Great at 4 to 1. Looked like the 5 Aqueduct was giving them a little bit of trouble going into the gate, but they've got him in, and the rest of the field shortly to follow. We'll send it up to Jason Beam for the call.
Messi the Great, Gabriel Maldonado. Going forward, here's Diva Dioro. Devil of Ramadi, Go Yoshida, and Troops going to be the final 3. We'll be all set for a start here in today's 3rd. Beautiful afternoon here in Oldsmar, right around 80 degrees. As starter Eddie Boobles moves over to the front of the gate. So we await these final 2 to load. Go Yoshida and Troops, the final 2. 9 to 5, Diva Dioro. 5 to 2, Go Yoshida. 7 to 2, Messi the Great. Acquisitive at 3 to 1 as well. Troops to the outside draw. Pablo Morales. Troops goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Caught him at a very good line. Messi the Great in the red and white colors goes out to the early advantage, coming through Diva Dioro, and out wide Go Yoshida. So 3 of the top choices, 1, 2, 3, and Acquisitive joining them. So the favorites all close up here as they go through that first furlong. It's a length and a half more back to Troops, who takes over 5th. Then comes We Got This in 6th. Break of a length and a half to Devil of Ramadi in 7th. Son of a Slew is back second last, and it's 4 more to Hasten, who is the early trailers. Messi the Great is the leader. Messi the Great with the wind at their back through an opening quarter, 22.74 seconds. Leads it by a length and a tail to Go Yoshida, who gets a little closer now. And here's Go Yoshida within 3/4 of a length as they run midway around the turn. It's a break of 2 more. Back to Troops. Acquisitive moving between horses. Diva Dioro's back to 5th now, but only 2.5 lengths separate these top 5 as they have gotten away. Around to the top of the lane. Messi the Great, Go Yoshida. Troops trying to join them on the far outside. Diva Dioro stays down toward the fence. Acquisitive still in behind runners, but any one of the 5 really with a chance as they come to the the 8th pole. Go Yoshida. Diva Dioro's begging for room, just can't get out. Meanwhile, Troops on the outside has poked ahead in front. It's Troops narrowly in front. Acquisitive now seeing daylight on the outside, but it's Troops and Pablo Morales to win it. Acquisitive was second. Third went to Go Yoshida. Fourth was Messi the Great, and a bit of a trip there for Diva Dioro on fifth.
Troops on the cutback and distance pulls a little bit of an upset, closing on the outside to catch the leaders.
Yeah, I mean, look, this has been a theme. At least it feels like it's been a theme. Horses that have run recently or have been running on the synthetic have handled Tampa's surface very well so far this year. It's just something that you know, covering these races that you start to notice. This horse was drawn well outside, where, you know, I told you like to be at Tampa Bay. And then also with that cutback was going to be finishing while the others might have gotten a little bit tired. They went 44 to the half for this level. I'd say that's moving to a certain extent. So set up perfectly for this horse who'd been running on the synthetic.
Troops with the win over at Tampa. Horses leaving the paddock at Aqueduct for race 3. New York bred maiden special weight will meet the field for our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, beginning with the number 1, Max Money. Yeah, Max Money down on the inside was second last time in the Sleepy Hollow, beating the horse who was outside 4th and 1. I prefer the 2 4th and 1. Speaking of 4th and 1, there he is. Blinkers coming off. Yeah, I mean, you had mentioned it. I think this horse did the dirty work last time, right? Setting that pace, just got a little bit tired late. Maybe that second time going long could help. Royal Riddle trying to turn things around. Yeah, I'm going to kind of follow the money with this. This horse has been betting a couple of occasions, and I'm just hoping that maybe the second time around, Joe Sharp's learned something about Royal Riddle, taking the blinkers off. Tiz Lowry tries the dirt for the first time. Yeah, obviously you want to take some shots when you have a New York bred like this, at least a talented one. Feels like, you know, they started on the grass. It's probably what they want to be doing. 21 Red gets the dirt for the first time, too. Yeah, as that tonalist, the winner of the Belmont Stakes on the dirt. Like to think that this one can handle the dirt at least a little bit. The more distance, the better, you'd think, too, with tonalist winning that 1.5 mile Belmont Stakes. Cigar Mile winner, too. Snickery, another one trying the dirt for the first time. Yeah, another one that debuted turf sprinting, tried the turf again long last time. Does have a little bit of tactical speed, although the pace figures weren't particularly quick last time. I think this one has a little bit of a style edge from these 3 turf horses, if one of them's going to get it done. But I prefer the 521 Red. He just seems to have a bit more talent. But with all of that said, I think the winner comes from the inside 3 posts. I'll pick the 3, but I prefer the 2 for the shorter price variety. There's your current 3 to 5 favorite with Flavian Pratt aboard as we go back to Richie trackside.
Yeah, guys, we'll talk about the 6 Snickery. Again, I'm looking at this horse from a conformation standpoint, and I'm not convinced that he might not improve on the dirt here. I like the way he's turned out. Looks great for trainer Mark Casse, and he's well drawn, right? You get that outside post going these 1-turn miles at Aqueduct. They've always been an advantage, and at a big price, he's a horse that I'm a little bit interested in. I am picking the 2, 4th and 1. He looks great. I like the blinkers coming off. I thought he was the one who did all the heavy lifting last time. So for me, and I'll harken back to my days in All-American football in Gerritsen Beach, 4th and 1, I'm going for it. Quarterback pitch option left.
Well said, Richie. Thank you. As 4th and 1, the horse I think a lot of us preferring out of that Sleepy Hollow. I had interest in Snickery here. I was really happy to hear that Richie saw what I saw because I'd been hoping to see this horse get to the dirt. And as far as Snickery is concerned, it is his second time as a gelding and second time going long. So we'll see. But I think you have to take it all with a grain of salt. He's a double-digit odds. Sometimes you see horses like this going turf to the dirt for the first time that take money off turf figures. And I think that's when you really have to be careful. Yeah, what I'll say about the 4, 5, and the 6 is that if you like either one of those horses for whatever it's worth, you're getting paid to find out, which I think the bigger problem is, especially like on an off-the-turf day or whatever, you have some turf horse in there that they're betting that was, 5 to 2 morning line on the turf, and they still are betting the horse, and he's 4 to 1 trying the surface for the first time. Those are the ones that seem like bad ideas. But if you're going to get paid for it, if you're right, I don't think there's any problem. 8 to 1, 11 to 1, 11 to 1 on the 3 horses that have been running on the turf. But I think the one just a little bit over bet, especially from that post. Not an ideal spot down on the inside with a horse to your outside that has some speed, who I think most would consider to be an equal, right? At least an equal based on the last race. And having that pressure, it puts a lot of pressure on Flavian to make the right decision. So we'll take a look at the Sleepy Hollow, where Max Money in 4th and 1 finished 2nd and 3rd respectively as Bravaro got the win that day. That looks to be a horse for Saffie Joseph Jr. that has a lot of talent too. 4th and 1 had to run behind him in his last 2 starts, and so he's probably a little bit happy to not see that one in the entries here. So the winner going to close from the outside. That's the gray 4th and 1. Max Money there in 2nd, who was able to kind of make that move, and holding on for 3rd is 4th and 1, who's part of the pace.
Yeah, part of the pace, but not only was he a part of the pace, he was part of the pace down on the inside. So, like, we talk about with the 1 being at a little bit of a disadvantage from that post. Being on the inside, sure, it can work out, especially when geometry comes into play and you're saving ground. But it also forces you to make decisions you might not want to make at that time when you're down on the inside. When you're on the outside, you have a lot more options. Yeah, you might lose a little bit of ground, but you have options. And so 4th and 1 kind of being in that position last time I thought was disadvantageous. We'll see how they break away from there. Like I said at the beginning, I think that the decisions and the battle between the decisions of Manny Franco and Flavien Prat early in this race, watching the race, whoever you feel like made that first good decision, that is who I think will win the race. Whoever you think makes a mistake, I think will be up against it.
Flavien Prat, we've seen just riding in exceptional form. We've seen this take place in the last couple of years with Irad Ortiz just taking a lot of money. Now it seems no matter what the horse looks like with Flavien Prat, odds are they're going to take a lot of attention at the windows.
Yeah, but it's rightfully so, though. You know, I mean, I think that, especially because you got to think that when riders start having the success they're having, the trainers and the owners are recognizing it too. So when it comes time for the draw, they're calling the agents and saying, hey, is Flavien open? They want to get the best rider they can for their horses. So it's almost like the chicken and the egg thing, where like if you start off hot, your business gets even better, and you're even more inclined to continue to win a lot of races.
Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day coming up next here at Aqueduct. 2-year-olds in the spotlight. Chris Griffin has the call.
Tiz Laurie. $21 red. Snickery. Last to load. Snickery is in. All set. And they're off. Tiz Laurie's got early speed. Snickery up on the far outside is also in the early mix. And at the rail, here comes Max Money. Joining them is going to be 4th and 1, tightly bunched on the front end, but Max Money, Flavien Prat, they're up by a head as they get set to come out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch. Max Money is the leader. Right to the outside, 4th and 1 is a close-up second, just stalking the pace setter. They're 1-2. Snickery is 2 off of them. Now cuts into the margin with Tiz Laurie, who's worked towards the rail. That's the leading 4. Then comes 21 red in between horses from 5th, and the trailer in a tightly bunched field is Royal Riddle. They work up the backstretch, 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Max Money is trying to dispatch a 4th and 1 who has been there the entire journey. Snickery is watching the action from 3rd 3 wide. Less than 4 furlongs to go, 46.67 for a half-mile time. Max Money's still there. Max Money, an all-in 4th and 1, continues to try and keep up, and Snickery is back for more. 21 red starts to rally while wide. Royal Riddle and losing ground, Tiz Laurie. Max Money and 4th and 1. 4th and 1 is ready to challenge the leader, and 4th and 1 has taken the lead. A quarter mile left to go. Max Money is dropping back as now 4th and 1 goes for it, and it pushes it up by 4. 4th and 1 has a furlong left to get. Royal Riddle from out of the pack is trying to run on. 21 red. Snickery far back to Tiz Laurie, but 4th and 1 approaches the final 16th. And it's going to be 4th and 1. Manny Franco with another one. 4th and 1 gets the first win. 4th and 1 over Royal Riddle. Then came 21 red and Tiz Laurie in 1 minute 37.46 seconds.
Manny Franco dead heated in race 2, and it was quite the opposite experience here in race 3. Much the best with 4th and 1 pulling away from his competition.
Yeah, I mean, look, I know the one Max Money didn't run all that well, but he took pressure all the way around there. Flavien erred on the side of aggression by taking the horse and finding the lead and going forward rather than trying to take back and get cute. And he just had pressure the entire way around there by the 2 4th and 1. And that is why having an outside draw is the place you want to be between 2 horses that have speed. Royal Riddle, At 21-1 would have been nice if he would have won, but it was nice for him to get up for second. Hopefully you had that exacta. But the 2 4th and 1 was just too good.
Yeah, good call. He was a big price underneath. 3-2, 4th and 1 went off at 4-5 on the 1. So a little bit of value there with 4th and 1 getting the victory with Manny Franco in the saddle. 2, 3, 4, 5 right in a row there.
Yeah, it's, you know, usually the 1, 2, 3 trifecta I've always found pays a little bit lighter just because of people boxing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I like that. 3-2 favorite, or I should say second choice, 4th and 1. Blinkers coming off, was able to sit just off the hip of the 1. Max Money turned out to be the right kind of move in here. Manny Franco with the victory for Jeremiah Engelhart, son of Maxfield, getting the win in our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Prices and more as to what's coming up for tomorrow's coverage when we come back on America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. Race 3 went to the 2, 4th and 1. Blinkers coming off in his 4th career start, and he got the victory here for Manny Franco and Jeremiah Engelhart.
Yeah, and look, he was drawn well, considering that his main competition was right to his inside. You had mentioned it right before the post parade that in their last race between the 1 and the 2 did all the dirty work. And when you have a horse who does the dirty work and finishes behind the horse that didn't do the dirty work, it typically leads to a great opportunity to play them next time they find themselves in the gate with each other. It's kind of, you know, pace handicapping 101.
And he was much the best there, getting the victory over the horse Jonathan liked, Royal Riddle, who was a big price at 21-1. Underneath, finishing second, $5.10 winner in our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. 4th and 1 breaks his maiden. We'll take a look at the field for race 4, a mile and an eighth. $16,000 claiming race. And as is always the case with these races, distance often the great equalizer. And in this race, there's also the layoff. And the Ministerial currently even money on a big drop in class and a big layoff.
Feels too easy, doesn't it?
Uh-huh.
The one thing I'll say is that this horse has been working pretty consistently 5 furlongs since the beginning of October. And while it definitely feels like a dump, like, hey, come claim this horse, we're ready to move on, those horses win all the time. I do believe the 6 and the 7 offer value in this situation, considering the 5 is as short as he is, and I just don't quite trust him.
Coming up tomorrow, big day of racing both here in New York and in Jamaica as well, of course, but it is our America's Best Racing Race of the Week, the Grade 2 Cigar Mile here at Aqueduct, of course, going a mile. And we'll look at the field, and I think it's a very interesting field because you have some horses that need to show that they can win this kind of race, and that does include Bishop's Bay. I know this race no longer a Grade 1, but you think of it as kind of one of the big races, especially here in New York. Bishop's Bay has been remarkably consistent throughout his career. Just seems like, JK, maybe he has never been able to quite take that jump to be one of the elite older horses.
Absolutely. This race is full of horses that I feel like, I would say it very nicely to them, but if I saw them in their stalls, I'd say, prove it to me. And Bishop's Bay is one of those horses. He's just been kind of knocking on the door as a Grade 3 type animal. And based on the way he ran against Arcangelo in that Peter Pan, you thought he'd won a couple Grade 1s by now, but he hasn't been able to do that. So maybe now he's going in the right direction. He has to prove it to me, or he's going to just kind of stay that Grade 3 type animal, listed stake type animal, where he'll go out there and bully horses. I don't know that he's shown us that he's ready for the big boys come 2026.
Yeah, he definitely did that bullying, as you said, in the American Pharaoh at Oaklawn back in March, beating Ben Duke, who I think we all know and love, not a winning type, and nearly got the best of Bishop's Bay that day.
Yeah, he's just right there on the verge. But don't worry, Bishop's Bay. I'm going to pick on the other ones, too.
They all have some questions to answer, too. That does include the New York bred Doc Sullivan. Reading an article in the Daily Racing Forum, trainer John Ortiz saying Doc Sullivan is 50-50 if he's actually going to run in the Cigar Mile. I'm not sure the final decision on that. But if he does, he's coming back pretty quickly off the back of an effort against restricted New York Stallion Series company.
I feel like the theme of the entire day today we've been talking in the live racing has been the pace. Let's not forget that Doc Sullivan did this with a huge pace edge against Bank Frenzy. I'll say the same thing I said about Bishop's Bay that I'll say about Doc Sullivan is like, yeah, okay, you're good when you're facing the New York breds. You're good when you're in a dominant position like you were here from a pace standpoint. But what are you going to do when these other horses show up? And he's one that has to prove it at this level. I certainly am not knocking either of these horses or the horses we're going to talk about later and how good they are in terms of being horses I'd love to own and that are really cool horses that have cashing checks and winning races for their owners. But we're talking about the Grade 2 Cigar Mile, formerly the Grade 1 Cigar Mile. And whoever wins this race, I think, kind of gets thrust in the conversation of like, oh, maybe we run back in the Pegasus.
Yep.
Maybe we start working backwards from a big race in Saudi. Maybe we start thinking about the Met Mile and the Whitney next year. Horses like this have to prove it to me.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. A cool New York bred, as you mentioned. And as far as Phileas Fogg is concerned, the horse I imagine you were alluding to, he is a graded stakes winner. He won the Suburban. He was able to control things on the front end there and just hold off Antiquarian that day. It was a special moment, giving trainer Gustavo Rodriguez his first graded stakes win. But this is a horse that also has to show he's up to the task.
Prove it to me that you can win when you don't have everything your own way, right? When he won the Suburban, he got loose on the front end. He held off a really good horse in Antiquarian, so I don't want to knock him for that. But it was also going 1.25 miles when he got loose in the lead. He's not projected to get loose in this race going the flat mile, so that goes a long way. So you just got to kind of prove it that without getting everything his own way, that he can thrust himself into the big boy conversation at this shorter distance, this sharper distance. But like I said, whoever can find a way to win this, you're not dreaming Breeders' Cup Classic next year, but you do start dreaming, okay, where are some Grade 2 spots that we might be able to try to take advantage of, and maybe we can continue to develop and find ourselves in Grade 1 races next year.
That's certainly is fun. As you said, the last big opportunity here in New York, and we'll get a chance to talk a lot more in detail about it tomorrow. I'm saying goodbye, at least for now. I'm going to go get my coat and my gloves and all my layers to head outside in a little bit. But Greg Wolf coming up on the desk to join JK and take you the rest of the way. And when we come back, they'll preview Caymanas Park Mute Mile coming up, and all that we have to look forward to. Coverage from Jamaica tomorrow on America's Day at the Races. We'll be back after this.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one, a very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Let's go get a bath. Every year, Rerun provides more than 100 thoroughbreds a safe landing when they leave the track. The Rerun team carefully evaluates each horse and person who wants to adopt.
Our adopters, they're specifically screened so that they can address each horse's individual training needs to bring them, bring out the optimal result in them.
Some X-race horses may excel in the show ring as hunters or jumpers. Others are handy enough to become polo ponies. And a few, like Deregulation, are quiet enough to be leadline horses for people like 7-year-old Raina Richardson, shown here leading her dad.
That's the result of a lot of time and effort on so many parts for New York racing, taking a stand and making sure these horses have a place to go when they actually do retire. For the Take the Lead program and their vetting process, and also their funding, which enables us to function as we do.
NYRA fans will recognize My Boy Tate because the New York bred gelding earned most of his $837,000 in New York before retiring sound to Rerun.
Tate is going to go with some previous adopters, and he's going to be entered in the Retired Racehorse Makeover Project.
Malloy says Rerun horses like My Boy Tate and the easygoing son of American Pharaoh called Not Far Now will one day star in aftercare events that remind the public that horses should be respected at every stage of life.
Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Clement as we continue our Friday coverage. Good to see you. I get you for what, 2 segments?
Yeah, I think so. Well, no, I'm here for a little longer than that.
You
aren't I?
are? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Get to settle in for a bit?
Yeah.
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. It's cold outside.
Today was a rough one. Can you imagine having to ride in this kind of weather?
No, like I told you yesterday, I like the city bike, especially in the spring and like summer and stuff. And I jumped on one the other day just trying to hurry up and get somewhere, and my hands were like numb. I can't imagine how these guys do it going 40 miles per hour out there.
We have the late pick 5 coming up next, race 4 at Aqueduct at 1 1/8 as we get a look here at the 5. Ministerial, even money morning line, hasn't raced since April. The only other time we see sort of a length of that length, the horse did not run at all coming back. There's major question marks, including with how fast this horse is.
Yeah, I mean, you got a 6-year-old who drops in here. Drops in here for 16,000. It feels like a kind of a giveaway move, but you get Flavian up. You'd like to think that this is probably a win and get claimed situation, but I think at that price, I'd be willing to look towards the 6 or the 7. After 5 wins, they beat me, but I just don't trust the horse. Now, look, there is a pick 5 starting here, so you have to make a decision there on what you want to try to accomplish, and I think that goes based on what you feel about the rest of the sequence. If you have some other strong opinions, you like a 4-1, 5-1 shot. Do you really want your pick 5 to go up in flames because you tried to get cute and beat this 4-5 dropper? I don't necessarily think that's the best way to go about it.
Short price, Pratt's hurting the price even more because it's incredible coming into today, 38% at the meet. But there's major, forget the layoff, which is a problem anyway. Huge drop down in class, which is a red flag also off the bench. But even look at the fastest races, and I know they were against better company. Not a huge, real standout against this field just in terms of what he's done, is he?
I think some of the races he's run, yes. I think that his, and I think the other thing about him is that when he runs his good races going longer, he is tactical, so he's forward, so he's not really dependent on anyone else or anything else to run his best race. I just think it's too short of a price with all the question marks and with the 2 horses to his outside at least being interesting and part of the conversation.
All right, we'll get back to that race, bring you the post parade momentarily. Again, it starts the late pick 5. We're going to go to Tampa in the meantime. Race 4. 1 40 yards, $6,000 claiming race for 3-year-olds and up. What'd you think here?
Yeah, I mean, the 2 and the 9 are taking the most money. To me, the 9 made the most sense, right? Excuse me, the 2. The 9 had been running, has run at Tampa, has that race last time at Tampa, ran an okay figure that day. I like the draw for the 9 as well towards the outside. But the 2 Passioned, to me, just feels like those races up at Laurel were a little bit better. The figure suggests they were a little bit better. That race 2 back has had 3 horses that have won out of that race. So the 3 horses that were in that race with Passion have come back and won. So it makes you feel a little bit more comfortable about that race. I just think that this one's the best. If the post positions were switched, I would be uber confident in the 2. I don't love the fact that 2's inside and could get pressure from the outside, and historically you don't want to be stuck down on the rail at Tampa Bay Downs, but as far as who I think is the most likely winner, it's the 2.
Public agrees. 6-5 on Passioned for the Justin Nixon barn. Let's go to Jason Beam for the call.
Mission Mike goes in there in the gate. And the race is on. Passion hopped at the start, but came away in pretty good order. Anchises toward the outside, showing good early speed. Here's Passion coming through the field after the hop beginning. Is now coming up to challenge on the front end as they run to that first turn. It's Anchises going right over in front of Passion. Things tight for Passion down on the inside, having to tap on the brakes there as Anchises tries to work over. Meanwhile, on the outside, Mission Mike coming up to join Passion in that second spot. They're a length and a half in front of First Shot Fire. Down to the inside goes Stalker. They're 4th and 5th. Right to their outside goes Street Glide in 6th. It's 2.5 more to Irish Honor, who's second last. And the early trailer is Mr. Tito's. As Anchises able to get the lead, 3/4 of a length to Mission Mike. The favorite Passion, third toward the inside, a length and a half off the lead after a 24.29 second opening quarter mile. It's then a space of 2 more. Back to First Shot Fired, Street Glide. They're 4th and 5th. Back in 6th now is Ghost Stalker. 3 more then to Irish Honor, and Mr. Tito's still last. 47.91 seconds was the opening half mile for Anchises, who takes him to the far turn, a length in front of Mission Mike, who's asked to go after that one now. Passion, meanwhile, stays toward the inside, is still traveling in hand, a length and a half off this long-time leader. 2 more lengths back to Street Glide. First Shot Fired. Starting to warm up his Irish Honor is 6th in the green cap, working toward the the outside. And Kaises has led the entire way, brings him around to the top of the lane, a length and a half in front of Mission Mike. Down to the inside, Passion now being asked for more. Going to switch out to the two-path. No, going to stay down toward the rail. A final furlong to go, and Kaises still there. Mission Mike, Passion, Irish Honor right down the outside with Street Glide. They still got to come catch Kaises. And Kaises to the 16th pole. The lead's almost 2. Mission Mike, Irish Honor down the outside, but it's Kaises all the way at 6-1. Mission Mike was second, Irish Honor third, fourth, I believe, was Street Glide.
Back on dirt for the first time since October of 24, Keeneland. That start did not go that well. Different result today.
Yeah, I mean, the winner of the race previously exits a synthetic race. I can't say it enough. These horses that have been running on synthetic have really taken to the surface at Tampa Bay Downs and have run well. As far as the horse that I picked and the favorite, the 2, Passion, when he hopped at the start, you heard Jason Beam mention that. I think he was kind of behind the 8 ball, had to rush up there to get to the front and to get forward, and I think that probably took too much out of him.
All right, back to New York. And this late pick 5 starts in this mile and an eighth $16,000 claiming race. Here's First Trumpet to kick off the post parade.
Yeah, ran extremely poor last time going this distance. I don't see what changes here unless Joel Rosario can pick him up and carry him across the wire.
This horse interesting. Blinkers going on for Oscar Barrera.
Yeah, it needs to break better. Last couple of starts just has not broken well.
Multiple winner at the distance of a mile and an eighth. He's got this. Next door, 9-1 Sahin Savachi.
Yeah, trainer change away from the Cantermossis. I don't typically cut in line to bet those types.
Eric from Miami. A little bit tough to make here.
Yeah, another trainer change. It's getting back to Wayne Potts. If you look deep in the past performances, Wayne had this horse at one point.
Big favorite just went by.
Yeah, I think this horse is going to be tough if he can handle it, but I just don't trust him at 4-5.
Bob John Ray just won at a mile and an eighth.
Yeah, this horse seems to be getting good at the right time. He's one that I think is interesting as an option to try to beat the 5.
And Best Bet going to go mile and an eighth for the first time, and he likes to be forward.
Yeah, I wouldn't go as far as to say it's the best bet of the day, but I do think this horse makes sense. He's improving. He's tactical. He's drawn there. He hasn't gone a mile and an eighth, but he has gone the mile, which I think if you can pass that test as a forward-type horse, I trust you could pass it going 9.
You can get involved in this late pick 5 right there just by getting signed up with Naira Bets. Get that $200 deposit match new customer bonus when you punch in that code BONUS200 at sign up. And bet on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today at NairaBets.com. Let's head downstairs to Megan.
Yeah, guys, real quick, one thing note, the one-horse First Trumpet is being ridden by Raylu Gutierrez. It was a late rider change. Raylu riding here this winter, trying to gain a foothold in New York, and he is represented by mega agent Jose Santos Jr. We'll start with the 5, your big favorite. Horse is working well at Keeneland, taking a drop in class. I don't like him. I don't have any former knowledge or the history of this horse, but he just carries a lot of weight for me to see him get a mile and an eighth here, even though every horse can go any distance if you give them enough time to do it. He doesn't look tight to me, and a mile and an eighth, even though this track is on the glib side, is a demanding distance here in New York. Now maybe that's him, and maybe he's just a horse that carries a lot of weight. I don't see it. I'm going elsewhere. I think the 2 horses outside of him are the horses to beat. Bob, John, and Ray, I think he's going to trip out. I think he's going to be forward. The one thing, I always look at it and say, how would I ride this horse? Well, Bob, John, and Ray, I'd come out running and make Eric Cancel outside of me make a decision. Do you want the lead? Then go on, commit to it. I don't want to let you gallop to the lead and as you're going to the lead, slowing things down in my face. So I'm going to come out running, and then if Eric doesn't go, then I'm controlling the race. If he does go, I'm the one laying second, and I just wonder if the 7 Best Bet wants the mile and an eighth. So if you put yourself in a position to take advantage of the fact that a horse may not stay the distance, then you're the one in the perfect spot to get that first run. Bob John Ray looks terrific. Think he trips out. I'll take the chance at 5-1, stepping up in company. And the 7 Best Bet. Listen, if he gets the gallop to the lead, throw his ears up, get real comfortable, maybe he'll stay the mile and eighth. I'm just not convinced that that's exactly what this horse wants. But I do think that they're the most likely upsetters, number 6, Bob John Ray, and the 7 Best Bet.
Yeah, at least with Bob John Ray, you have a horse that just did it last time out. It was for softer, 10,000, but won at the mile and an eighth distance. Got a good figure doing it relative to this group. And then Best Bet wants to be forward, has speed. We'll see if he can get this far.
Yeah, I would think that the 5 will be aggressively ridden on the drop with Flavien, and I think the 7 best bet will sit right outside of him. And if the 5 doesn't fire, the 7's going to inherit that perfect trip sitting right outside of him. And that's what I'm hopeful is going to happen. I think the 7's naturally a little bit quicker than Bob John Ray. And yes, the 7 still has to answer the question about getting the distance. But if you can run a flat mile, 8 furlongs, forward, then to me, you're running the entire time a more calculated approach going a mile and an 8 that feels like the stamina will be there.
If you're against this 5, the next race, too, if you're playing this late pick 5, you got a horse who's going to be incredibly short price, getting on dirt for the first time, Rose Lisa, who's odds on with Pratt as well. That I know there's not a ton of options in that race, but maybe one who's a little vulnerable as well. Could be a very interesting pick 5 here, these first 2 legs.
She's the only turf horse I can really see on the card being able to pull it off. She's just that much better, Rose Lisa, the 4, in the next race.
3 to 5 favorite steps in. Ministerial off the break since April 10th for Wesley Ward. Huge drop in class. Chris Griffin, the call.
Best bet to the outside. Eric Cancel in the saddle. They're in. All set. And they're off. Bad stumble to start for Eric from Miami. Jamie Rodriguez stays aboard, but will be the trailer. Also off slowly was Unbridled Bomber. Best Bet has the lead. Best Bet from an outside stall is going to be drifting well off the rail in about the 3 or 4th path, but is in front, is up by a neck. First Trumpet down towards the inside will let that leader press on, and Bob John Ray is a well-slotted 3rd. Just in front of Ministerial. Patiently ridden, ground-saving journey so far at the rail in 4th. They are now 3 lengths in front of He's Got This. Just behind them, that'll be Unbridled Bomber, and after the start, Eric from Miami, the distant trailer. They work up the backstretch, 23.57 for the opening quarter mile. Best Bet is the leader. First Trumpet at a big number right there in 2nd. At the rail moving forward, Ministerial now gets the cue. Bob John Ray is there in 4th. Unbridled Bomber starts to pick it up from the back. There with He's Got This, and far, far back still, Eric from Miami. 47.56 for a half-mile time. Best Bet caught a breather up the backstretch and takes him into the far turn. Best Bet doing it nicely for Cancel. Ministerial is right in behind now, has taken 2nd just past First Trumpet, who's back to 3rd. Bob John Ray is all in. Same can be said for He's Got This. Unbridled Bomber is wide. Eric from Miami still the trailer. 1 minute 12.20 for 3/4 of a mile, and they haven't caught Best Bet. Ministerial is all in right there in 2nd, tips to the outside. Best Bet kicks for home. Ministerial's trying to run that leader down. Best Bet still up by 2. 2.5 widening lengths. Ministerial just grinding away up on the outside. A furlong left to go. Does Best Bet have enough? Best Bet, Ministerial is just slowly making up that ground, but here comes Ministerial to the outside. Ministerial will push on by, and Ministerial will get the victory. Best Bet 2nd, Bob John Ray, and First Trumpet in 1 minute 51.44 seconds.
Class prevails as, Ministerial grinding away at that lead from Best Bet and wins at a very short price to start this late pick 5.
Yeah, I mean, if you had played the 7, that was a long stretch for you. It felt like the 5 was right there, but wasn't going to be able to get by, and just kind of kept grinding away. And it's exactly what a horse like this, the goal is. You bring the horse up here, you win the purse money, you get the horse claimed. It sounds like the horse was claimed. And then you move on. You take the check home for the $16,000 for the claim. You take the owner's share of the purse, and you look for another horse to fill the stall.
Gave it his best shot here, trying this distance. He had never gone this far. The 7 Best Bet on the front end at this point under Eric Cancel. But Ministerial been facing significantly better company of late. And a layoff, able to overcome it. Not easy to do, going back to April to win at a mile and 8.
Yeah, I mean, it took a dropper to beat him, right? The 7 Best Bet. He handled the rest of the field pretty easily.
5, 7, 6. To start off this pick 5 with a very formful beginning. Prices when we come back.
I'll be floated wide by Honor Code as the field turns for home. Wicked Strong is Justin behind them, and he switched to the outside. And now they're flying past the 8 pole. And it's Cairo Prince. Cairo Prince short lead. Honor Code fighting him all the way. Then farther back, it's Wicked Strong and Intense Holiday. Final 16th of a mile. Cairo Prince and Honor Code. Honor Code fighting hard all as they come down to the finish. And it is... Oh, that was close.
It was close, but it would go to Honor Code. Grade 2 Remsen winner back in 2013 for Shug McGahee with Javier Castellano aboard.
Yeah, it's Honor Code turned out to be a pretty darn good one. Cairo Prince also turned out to be a good one. It's the Remsen has had hit or miss years in terms of what its horses have gone on to do. As of recently, you had a Breeders' Cup Classic winner in Sierra Leone, and then also Dornick, a Belmont Stakes winner and Haskell winner.
Honor Code would go on to win the Whitney back in 2015. Over $2.5 million in earnings in his career. As you look at Shug's Remsen victories. In this year's edition, day 1 starter would be a long shot upset.
Yeah, I would think so. I think there's a lot of horses in here that make a lot of sense. And the thing about this race is that it's a big field, which makes it even more interesting. But these horses are growing up. They're changing. They're progressing. And day 1 starter is one of those horses that when he made the jump to the mile, he didn't necessarily pass it with flying colors, but maybe they figured something out about him. They've adjusted some of his training, and maybe going a little bit further now will be what day 1 starter's ready for.
Things can change, yeah. Start to start with these youngsters. Very light in experience. 15-1 morning line for that inside post position for day 1 starter. And we look forward to it on a sensational Saturday of action, our last real big day of the year, with that big race for aspiring Derby hopefuls for next year. Meanwhile, back to the first leg of this late pick 5. Ministerial looked in doubt for a bit, but then wears down Best Bet for the victory under Flavian Pratt for Wesley Ward.
Yeah, horse was coming in off the drop. He'd had some big performances. He definitely could handle the distance. He'd had some races, even one going further than the 9 furlongs, or run well at least, going longer than the 9 furlongs. And Best Bet did everything he could to try to wire this field and take them all the way. And it just took a dropper to catch Best Bet on the wire. And Ministerial gets claimed, and then also wins the purse money. Try to put some money back in the pocket and go on to get some other horses.
We know this one taken, we're not sure who. So Ministerial moves on to a new barn. Claimed for $16,000 off the win. 5-7-6. In the 4th. Race 5 starts the late pick 4. New York Breds, 30 maiden claiming 1-turn mile. Coming up, and Rose Lisa, interesting case here. 3 starts, all going long on grass. Hasn't done a whole lot of running in those races. Now we'll shorten up to a mile on dirt. The Dam was 2 for 2 on dirt with an 86 and 88 buyer.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a situation where I think Rose Lisa is just better than the rest of these horses. I don't care what she's been running on. I'd like it to if LeBron plays a game with no shoes on, just running around there with socks, he'd probably struggle when he didn't handle the surface against other NBA players. But if he played you and I with his socks on, he'd be just fine.
The 2 of us couldn't beat him?
No.
In socks?
No shot.
We'll be back with a post parade. Stay tuned.
Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NyraBets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield digs down deep to win it. And Maxfield fought off all challengers easily to win the Buster.
Here's Maxfield. He's now 5 for 5. Maxfield, magnificent in the mine shaft. He won by 4.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
This is part of our program on Saturday. Came on a Spark Mute Mile. Andy Serling, Maggie Wolfendale, live on site with coverage of a race that early on in its creation is seeing the purse get larger and larger and the excitement growing.
That's how you do it with these races, you know, and especially from an international standpoint, is to get people to come and come down and ship their horses in is to continue to give money. And then also what you see there in the background is make it a great experience as well. Make it fun to have connections come down and say, man, we got to go back. That was a lot of fun. And you can do that with purse money and an experience like you're seeing there.
Yeah, the creators of this have said part of what makes it great, they have the best racing fans on the planet. And we've been experienced that here a little bit in New York. More than a month after Hurricane Melissa wreaked havoc is one of the most disruptive storms in history. Many communities across Jamaica are still facing dire need. While approximately 280,000 people have been reached with humanitarian assistance, over 90,000 households still remain displaced. But the community remains resilient, determined to get back on their feet.
So the reality of this storm was that we had a few days of preparation more than we normally do. It was very slow going. We weren't sure where it was going to hit, and we weren't sure how strong it was going to be when it was going to hit. We had quite a few days of developing of the storm.
Hurricane Melissa, now a Category 5 storm.
A Cat 5 storm with max winds around 160 miles an hour.
What country could be prepared for 185-mile-an-hour winds and an historic hurricane?
This is definitively the biggest storm I've ever seen in my lifetime. This is one of the strongest storms in history. Our first initiative was to pack care packages. There are immediate needs after a storm. People need water, they need food, they need hygiene packages, they need some kind of shelter. So far, we have done over 1,000 care packages to over 18 communities across the hardest hit areas of the island.
We limbed trees to an extent, but there are quite a few, so we did what we could near to buildings. We boarded up all of our houses with ply on the windows, made sure water tanks were full, checked and serviced generators, and made sure that vehicles were parked in safe places, all fueled up and ready. When it got really bad, about 132, and it was like 185 plus, that's when roofs started to lift and move and go. But it was pretty devastating to really see it. I rebuilt this place after Gilbert in 1988, and Jamaica as a whole got very badly hit because it traveled from one end to the other. This kind of just came across here. It was just me and my father at that time rebuilding. Now I've got 2 boys to help us with, and my wife, who's been absolutely amazing. She's held us together. She's provided direction, and focus. We just provide the energy. So my wife has been amazing. My two boys, Cameron and Douglas. Incredibly proud. The guys, the community, our workers have rallied around. They've been here long hours, hard work. Chainsaws, well, just, it's been a struggle, but they've been amazing.
Jamaica is an incredibly blessed place. We are truly unique. I think we are one of the smallest countries with the biggest impacts globally. We have a tough road ahead of us. The important thing is that we're all ready to work and we're all ready to get back to where we were. So certainly while it's not going to be a short-term recovery, it's certainly going to be a recovery where Jamaicans are committed to getting back there.
It's been a struggle. But I'm very proud of everybody.
And there on the screen, you can see where you can give and help them get back to normalcy. It's just been an incredibly difficult time. 100 emergency shelters remain open. There's thousands of homes that don't even have reliable water right now. Over 144,000 homes without power. It's very, very difficult time right now. We wish them all the best and continued help, and anything you can give will go a long way.
No, absolutely. Like you said, it's not expected to if you can't, but if you can, it is always a great thing to try to do.
All right, we're looking forward to do what small part we can in bringing coverage of a race we've been very excited to cover the last few years. Again, Andy Serling, Maggie Wolfendale, they will be live on-site coverage of the Mute Mile on Saturday. Look at the lineup. Chairman's Plate. We'll kick things off with the stakes action in race 7 of the big one, race 11 in that Mute Mile. And yet to watch the excitement there at that racetrack for that event, something to behold. You don't want to miss it on our Saturday coverage, Cigar Mile coverage on Saturday afternoon, as we get back to Tampa and our post parade for race 5. Kick things off with Whirlwind.
Yeah, down on the inside, does not have a lot of early speed from that inside draw.
Mile and a 16th on the turf, this condition claiming race. Still thinking of you for Derek Ryan?
Yeah, this one's got some okay numbers in the past. I was a little bit disappointed, though. This horse kind of stopped showing that speed.
Good effort, Colonial last start, Bonita Breeze.
Yeah, and Colonial obviously has some pretty big races throughout the year. This one's going to need to get a touch faster.
Big price on Nikki Jolene, who won 2 back at Delaware.
Yeah, that race 2 back, though, I actually thought was pretty good, closing into a slow pace, even though they didn't make the lead.
Turf debut for the 5 who went by. Here's the 7 Summer Flower.
Yeah, the 7 Summer Flower stretching out, went 5 furlongs last time. Going to try to go a little bit longer this time.
Turf debut for Let's Go Philly, big price.
Yeah, it does have some okay races on the synthetic.
Holder close off since September at Gulfstream on synthetic.
Yeah, another one who has some synthetic races that they're going to need to try to reach back to find the winner circle here.
And the speedy Turf Sprinter stretching out on the outside, the 10 here.
Yeah, I'm going to land here reluctantly. I typically like stretch outs to be drawn inside for a couple of reasons. One, geometry. They're going to save some ground usually when they're drawn inside. That can help and go a long way when they're trying to stretch out. The other reason that I prefer them inside is I like them to get cover and be able to try to shut off a little bit. From that outside draw, it's a little bit tricky, but I can't get away from the fact that I think this horse is going to get loose on the front.
All right, here we go. The big question mark here in race 5. 3 turf routes for this one here, Rose Lisa. And now we'll cut back to a mile, shortest she's ever gone, and tried dirt for the first time. But as mentioned, her mom was 2 for 2, never lost on dirt, with 2 pretty good figures.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the 4 Rose Lisa, this isn't about pedigree. It's about that she's just a better animal than the rest of these horses. So she doesn't have to handle the dirt. She just has to just tolerate it. And I think she'll be good enough to be able to beat this group. She's just better than these other horses on paper. Like I said, I don't think it even matters about her pedigree.
It's a little strange though with that pedigree. They didn't try dirt yet.
Well, the bad part is that they probably didn't think she was as good on the dirt when working on the dirt. So, when you have a horse that you think has some talent, let's try to get it done on the surface that we give her the best shot on. But at this point now, with this group, I don't think it makes much of a difference.
So Rose Lisa, left-hand side of your screen, 2-5 favorite. Pratt will ride for Jorge Abreu. We'll get back to that one when we conclude here at Tampa. So about to load up here from race 5. Mile and a 16th on the turf. And the 2 remains your favorite was Sammy Marin for Derek Ryan. 6-5, but speed outside. There is no one in the vicinity of that 10 with that kind of speed.
No, and if they can clear from the outside, they can end up getting to the rail. And I think they've got enough early speed to be able to pop away from there and get that position moving forward, because they're certainly going to need it.
4-1 on the speedster from that outside slot. Sonny Leon will be aboard for Kelly Breen. Rizadita getting the lead should, even with the outside post, that's not going to be the problem. It's can she handle going a mile and a 16th? I know a lot of people are of the opinion sometimes that first time going long is probably the best time to try and cash in trying to do it.
Yeah, I've definitely heard that argument before. I think it's all about the setup of this race. I think she's got enough tactical speed to be able to clear this group if that's the intent. And if she can clear, she can then get to the rail, save ground, and control this race. And I think if she can do that, she could be tough, even though she's drawn poorly way out there in the 10.
Jason Beam with the call. Pick 5 starts here.
Nikki Jolene going in. Rizadita to the outside draw. Sonny Leon. Sonny's got a winner today. Late pick 5 time. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Rizadita out well from that outside draw. Starts to work over with Cheerful Trout between horses and down on the inside. Still thinking of you, but Rizadita going to cross all the way over toward the inside. Whirlwind, and still thinking of you just in behind that one, and Cheerful Trout in that second line as well. But Sonny Leon wanted that lead and has it with Rizadita by the wire in front, a length and a half. Cheerful Trout still thinking of you. Whirlwind there, second, third, and fourth, just in behind them. Goes Let's Go Philly in fifth. Nikki Jolene down toward the inside, sixth in the green colors. Then comes Summer Flower and Bonita Breeze. The early trailer is Hold Her Close, as they're just separated by 8 or 9 lengths through that first turn. Rizadita in front, 23.46 seconds the opening quarter mile. It's Rizadita by a length and a half to Cheerful Trout, who pokes ahead into that second position. The favorite still thinking of you, and in amongst horses, down on the inside is Whirlwind. Those two right together, just a length and a half behind this leader. It's a length and a half more. Back to Nikki Jolene, who moves up a spot, pokes a nose into that 5th position. Let's Go Philly to that one's outside. It's 2 more then. Back to Hold Her Close and Summer Flower, who's second last. Bonita Breeze is the trailer. 48.75 seconds for Rizadita, who's done it nicely up on the front end. Leads it by just a length. Up on the outside, Cheerful Trout. Down along the inside, Whirlwind, awaiting room. Still thinking of you, still in and amongst horses. Has been between horses for much of this journey as they wind around the far turn. Rizadita now still thinking of you. Has clear daylight, is dropping out quickly. There was Cheerful Trout. Here still thinking of you, right up alongside of Rizadita. Rizadita still ahead in front. Still thinking of you as second. Whirlwind third toward the inside. Nikki Jolene has come onto the scene, trying to rally up as Whirlwind switches to the outside now. Rizadita still narrowly in front of Still Thinking of You, who now tries to draw on level terms. Nikki Jolene, Summer Flowers trying to come through down along the inside. Still Thinking of You, Summer Flower charging up the inside. Nikki Jolene down the far outside, Still Thinking of You. Summer Flower surging up the inside. Here's the wire, Still Thinking of You, or Summer Flower. It's a photo there. Nikki Jolene and Bonita Breeze got going late.
Still Thinking of You, just edging out the 7 here. Summer Flower for the win. Sammy Marin for Derek Ryan.
Yeah, got a nice little setup here. With, the 10 popped away from there, made the front. Yeah, probably just doesn't want to go that far, although ran honorably enough. Set it up just fine for the 2.
So Still Thinking of You, third win on the lawn. 12 starts as we get set for the late pick 4 here at Aqueduct. And here comes our post parade. We'll start with Banco di Sicilia. Distant third on a race taken off the turf, muddy sealed track last start.
This is the only real alternative I saw to the favorite. If you're allergic to 3 to 5 and the 2 to 1 makes you feel better, I guess that's the one I'd go with.
Not the 2 at all?
No, I didn't really. I thought that race wasn't very good last time.
At least gets a fast track for the first time.
That's also true.
Number 2.
Yeah, it was in the mud. That definitely could help.
Jose Gomez, rider change on Luciana's Honor, who does drop in class.
Yeah, had a couple of chances for 50 and was beaten 21 and 13.
Rose Lisa, 4 to 5. Pratt for Jorge Abreu first on dirt.
Yeah, I just think this horse is better than these other horses.
Icy Legs tried a mile against a lot better last time out, so drops down.
Yeah, has never really taken any money and has never done any running.
And Pensima, long shot outside, 2 sprints and stretches out to a mile. Has done very little running.
Yeah, a little running. I mean, it took a little bit of money first time out at Finger Lakes, but not enough.
All right, let's head downstairs. Mig, what is Rose Lisa showing you?
Showing me that she looks a lot like a turf horse, but we'll start down on the inside with the one, Banco de Sicilia. Boy, what a big, stout filly. She's just really, put together, solid. Her last race was definitely a step forward. Was it the mud? That I don't know, but I'm with Jonathan. If I don't want 4 to 5 on Rose Lisa, I don't want 2 to 1 on anybody else in here. So the other horses I thought might be logical or interesting, the 2, Berbice Honey, really made a nice physical impression for Ronnie Breed Jr. I thought she was a little bit green first time going 6 furlongs. I really wish she had one more start before the stretch out, but this is the spot where she belongs. I thought she was a little bit interesting. Rose Lisa looks like a turf horse. Now, she may, like Jonathan says, just be too good, but the surface could be the great equalizer here, right? But when we talk about longer, slacker pasterns, they could have her pasterns in the dictionary next to that explanation. And then there's Icy Legs, who ultimately I'm going to pick. I'll try at 15 to 1, a horse that's never run against New York breds. She ran against Open Company twice at Monmouth. She ran an Open Company 75, much tougher. Yes, she hasn't shown much run at all. But last time she was really climbing from the kickback. Sahin Savachi decides to stay put here. Maybe he feels like he can give her a little different trip, or he felt something that might make her competitive. And I just don't trust the 4-horse Rose Lisa at 4 to 5. So I'm going to dare to be great. I'm swinging for the fences with the 5, Icy Legs.
See what happens coming up. This would be a massive upset. There's just the form from some others is pretty suspect. But look, the 1, I should say, has shown a little bit of life. The 2 has only had that 1 start, and it was on a wet track. So I think there's at least an unknown. But the 4 looks pretty formidable.
Yeah, I mean, the 1, like I said, the 1 certainly could, off of that last race. That took place on a muddy racetrack. It was a bit of a jump up in figure, a jump up in performance as well. Doesn't have a lot of early speed from that inside. Did make the front going on the grass, but that's different. It's a different situation. I just think the 4 is better, and I think that'll go a long way.
And we're going to have a change. Christopher Elliott off Pensima. Should be announced here shortly. Already been taken off the board.
Yeah, it was 30 to 1. Shouldn't do too much in terms of changing the way that things lay out from a price standpoint.
All right, so scratch the 7. That one gone. Look, obviously, Rose Lisa is the one to beat. Just that, I guess it's who she's facing in here, right? But after you had evidence, too, of the debut, you can forgive. Second start, again, just showed very little on the grass. They still didn't want to go dirt.
Yeah, it's really just a matter of, I think, who she's been facing. Like her figure suggests that she's been facing better. Now, it is on a different surface, and I do recognize that. But I do think and look, I've been talking about it for all day yesterday, earlier today, last week. this time of year, I love playing against these horses that are like turf horses that are running on the dirt here because we don't have turf racing anymore, and they're great opportunities to beat them because it's not their preferred surface. However, when it comes to a horse like this, I just think this horse is better than the rest of them, and I think that the class should be able to get her over the top.
There is a chance, though, that she can't stand up on dirt.
Well, she's standing right now. So, but yes, no, it's 100% true. I pick these spots very selectively when I just kind of ignore the fact that the horse obviously does not prefer the dirt. I just think that given the competition, and like I mean, the only other horse I think that can beat her is the 1. That horse is 2-1. I'd rather take the 4-5 on what I believe is the better horse.
See what happens here in this 5th. Rose Lisa, start number 4, first time on dirt, and a pretty soft field to try and make this change and get that first career win for Jorge Abreu. Pratt rides. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Luciana's Honor next to go in. Jose Gomez, pickup mount. Rose Lisa, Flavien Prat, and Icy Legs, Sahin Savachi. Last to load. Icy Legs goes in. All set. And they're off. Luciana's Honor broke very sharply in between horses. Icy Legs right to the outside as a close-up second. They're well off the rail. That's going to let the 2 inside markers here, Banco di Sicilia and Berbice Honey, and Berbice Honey is now quickest. Berbice Honey is up by a length and a half as they get set to come out of the chute. Berbice Honey and Jamie Rodriguez confronted now by Banco di Sicilia. Manny Franco with 2 on the day, looking for 3, is right there stalking from second. 3 wide is Luciana's Honor. Just behind them, Icy Legs and the early trailer, Rose Lisa. 3 of them lined up on the front end, 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile, and Banco di Sicilia puts ahead in front. Berbice Honey holds the rail position, dropping back a touch as 3 wide still, Luciana's Honor. Rose Lisa is in behind Berbice Honey, who's losing ground, and quickly Flavien Prat switches to the 2 path, is in 4th, and 3 wide is Icy Legs. 48 seconds flat for a half-mile time. Banco di Sicilia is the leader, is up by a half length, and Luciana's Honor in full pursuit from second. Rose Lisa, the favorites, gotta pick it up, is being encouraged and not cutting into the margin as they're approaching a quarter mile left to go. Manny Franco looks over his right shoulder. It was a confident one, hugs the rail, and Banco di Sicilia sprints away. Banco di Sicilia now widens up by 4, 5 widening lengths. Luciana's Honor is holding second. Rose Lisa is third, but a furlong left to go. Banco di Sicilia is just running straight and fast, and Banco di Sicilia inside the final 16th, much the best. Banco di Sicilia, Franco with 3. Rose Lisa up for second, then came Luciana's Honor and Icy Legs. In 1 minute 39 seconds flat.
Banco di Sicilia opens up on this field. Chris Engelhardt barn, drop in class, in for a tag for the first time. Stretching back out in the wind. Mild upset.
Yeah, I mean, I guess LeBron socks or no socks, it doesn't make a difference. You know, look, I think when the price
Comparing
is
Rose Lisa to LeBron was your first problem.
No, yeah, well, I wasn't. It was just an example. Even money to 7-5, it actually got even a little bit tighter between the 2 of them. I think I still would do the same thing. I mean, hindsight's 20/20, of course, but this horse absolutely handled the dirt and shown that they could handle the dirt at least a little bit in the last start, even though it was on a muddy racetrack. And a nice aggressive ride, opening up, finding the front, or getting close to the front, made all the difference in the world. It was just too much work for the 4 to do. On a surface that she doesn't prefer, obviously.
A 1-4, 3-5. Even money beat in these multi-race wagers here. Pick 6, pick 5, pick 4 to start off. But with a logical second choice. And I think there was certainly some with skepticism here on this 4 on the surface.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think by no means was this I think the 4 is going to handle the dirt play. It was I thought the 4 would handle the dirt enough against this group.
Instead, it's Banco di Sicilia Central Banker filly for Chris Englehart. And 2 today, Manny Franco with the win. Prices when we come back. Look ahead to the weekend. Cigar Mile Saturday when we return. Some very important 2-year-old races as well. And that man, as you would expect, Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, could have a big say in what happens in the Demoiselle and the Remsen. Stay with us.
Be a racehorse trainer. So we started in 1994 as a racehorse trainer. My grandfather was the head of the jockey club in Jamaica. So in those days, you didn't have the racing commission, you had the jockey club, and he was the president of the jockey club. He didn't want my father to become a racehorse trainer, but he went against his father's wishes and became a racehorse trainer. I've had heart issues. I had that when you leave here, that you can say, you know what, Mr. Nunes or Anthony or Baba, he's a good guy. Not that he's a good trainer or a bad trainer, but that he's a good person.
Back with you on our Friday coverage on America's Day at the Races, brought to you where you can play all the action at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And 7-5 in the fifth to start the pick four. That might play a little bit bigger than that, beating an even money favorite.
Yeah, it goes a long way. I mean, I think when you can beat other people's singles, it's going to always help with your payouts.
So Manny Franco for Chris Englehart. And a 2-year-old filly by Central Banker, bred by McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, who we mentioned a lot on this program. Drops in for a tag for the first time, and from this point just takes off against this group.
Absolutely, the one that handled the dirt the best. Great ride as well by Manny Franco. Broke from that inside, ended up stalking the 2 for a second and a half, and then finding his feet in the stretch, taking on the short price horse Rose Lisa, who's getting onto the dirt for the first time.
All right, so 7-5 yields $4.84 for the win. 2-win day for Manny, and our late pick four underway. 6 furlongs coming up next in a $17,000 claiming race. Horses who have not won 3 lifetime on the resume, and we're going to see. Well, maybe not as short, but even money morning line. This price is likely going to come down. Airborne Elite, Linda Rice. Fairly big drop in class here from that most recent start at Saratoga.
Yeah, I mean, definitely deserves to be the favorite. You know, a likely winner. I thought the 6th Funny Uncle at 9-2 on the board right now. was one that made a little bit of sense. I thought the last race was a little bit better than it looks on paper.
All right, well, more on that coming up in a bit. Big Saturday. We hope you join us for the Demoiselle Remsen, Cigar Mile, Mute Mile as well. 2-year-old fillies, they'll get their turn early on race 3 on the card. As you look at our Saturday lineup, 12:17 Eastern is when our stakes action begins. And fillies who are hopefuls for next year's Kentucky Oaks lining up in this 1 1/8 test in a field of 6.
Nice and early. I think the conversation probably starts with the favorite, Zany, stretching out for the first time after this impressive score, sprinting. I think it's a pretty confident move by Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher in taking a horse from a race like this at this time of the year, this time of her career, and tossing her in, going the 9 furlongs. It feels like there's a lot about this performance and this horse that he feels like she'll appreciate that added ground.
And there's different ways to do it, obviously. A lot of times, especially with young horses, though, take that gradual next step. Yeah, not here. This is 6.5 for a sprinter who's fast early, immediately to 2 turns in a 1 1/8. But we'll see. He's a master, Pletcher, at being able to get horses ready to do that.
Absolutely, and I think that, to your point, I think if he didn't feel like she could do it, he's not the type that would try to get her to do it now if that wasn't his belief.
Look at the success Pletcher has had in this race. Some incredible names as former Demoiselle winners for Pletcher. Ness pretty recently, Malathot dual champion, a Shadow.
Some really good ones. Really good ones.
Well, Schilling, very impressive last time out, winner of the Tempted, and will get reunited with Believable for the Pletcher barn as well. And Believable has a little bit of ground to make up. 4 lengths back, will add blinkers for start number 3.
Yeah, the bad thing for Schilling, though, is that the stablemate, Zadie, is in there that's going to probably put some pressure on Schilling. So while you're right, Believable does have to kind of make up some lengths, Believable's got a buddy in there, and Zany, that's going to probably make it a little bit more of a challenge for a horse like Schilling.
I thought this was impressive by Schilling. Back-to-back wins now. Obviously took advantage on the front end last start, but it won that race going a little bit backwards in terms of the figure that she ran. Is that a negative for you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you don't love to see that. As the distances get longer, the figure goes the wrong direction. But it's also one of those situations where it could equalize here. Now going the 1 1/8. Figures aren't a perfect science. They're just a reliable science.
In from out of town, Delaware Park Shipper. Jumping the gun. This one 3 sprints, 3 wins, and then stretched out to a mile. Runner-up finish, beaten even money favorite. Now we'll try and go a little longer.
Yeah, talking about figures, I mean, this horse's speed figures put her in the mix. I mean, she's a gun runner. She ran a 73 buyer last time at Delaware, going the mile. She's not too far off from the rest of the competition.
Out of a quality road mare, too.
Right. If she appreciates the added ground, she appreciates the distance, she certainly could throw herself right into the mix.
Yeah, interesting new face. Grade 2, Demoiselle, again, the first of our stakes action, 12:17 Eastern time on our Saturday coverage on Fox Sports. We hope you join us. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back, race 6, when we return from the Big A. Airborne Elite, Linda Rice. Jose Lezcano race goes through this one, dropping out of a starter allowance last time out at Saratoga. Stay with us.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Kilwin, Ice Cream U-Scream, AG Bullet, and Fian, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Cigar Mile Saturday on America's Day at the Races, live from Jamaica. Andy Serling and Maggie Wolfendale are on track live for the Mute Mile Invitational from Caymanas Park. Watch on FS2 and play at Naira Bets.
Back with you on our Friday coverage, and there is the one to beat. This race goes through Airborne Elite. Linda Rice Barn, Jose Lezcano. Big drop in class, off since mid-August, at Saratoga. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Well, I've been called Maggie many times before, but I think being called Mig is the first one, Greg. Keisha, come on, happy to be back here in the paddock for the last few races, and starting there with the 7 Airborne Elite. Obviously, given what this horse has been running against recently, brings class to the affair in here, but there is reason to be a bit concerned. 1 for 40,000 back at Churchill the last time that he was sprinting, was claimed that day by Linda Rice, who's made some very sharp claims, and then stepped up to face tougher company, ran well at Ellis, but then ran terribly last time out against an allowance field at Saratoga. So drop aggressively all the way down to the 17,500 today. Now, that being said, we have seen Linda win, yes, with these types, but I've often found that when she is more confident in almost stepping horses up in class, it tends to be a better sign. Now, this horse is a kind of a funny way of going. At first, I thought it was a bit of a negative sign, and then I've realized it's just kind of how he is, and that he runs with his tail straight out, almost as if there's a stiffness or a weakness in the hind end or across his back, which often can be, but he's done it in all of his races, even the runs that he's run well in, so that's very typical for him. Again, his last win did come sprinting. I have no problems with that, as he is a rather more compact, shorter coupled type of horse, so he is a little bit bigger overall. Very strong, well-muscled, fit off of that bit of a layoff coming back here as well, and he does have the class. So I think he's certainly the one to beat, but I thought that there were a couple of other intriguing prospects. Taking a look at a couple of others, the number 3, Captain Jack Sparrow, was claimed when he won 3 back for this claiming tag level in the non-winners of 2 condition, and then he stepped up and he's been facing tougher since then. He's going back down now to this level that I think should suit him. He is another bit of a quirky type of horse. He has no left eye, so that's why you see him running with his head turned out like he always has. Now, I have not actually been in the paddock since he's been claimed by Orlando Noda, so I don't know if this is a today or an equipment change over the last couple of races, but he is outfitted with a cage bit, and I have noticed that in his last 2 starts he has been less significant with the head turn, so maybe that bit does help him to keep his head straight. So I think the drop in class suits him. Good weight for his standards as well. He looks very strong. He does wear those blinkers too. He's a little bit more closed in than he used to be with Mike Maker, and again with that bit to help keep his head straight. I think the class drop suits him, and it just makes sense, though that last win does have a figure that kind of sticks out like a sore thumb. The number 2, Ace It, I think you can certainly forgive him for the last start. He did not get to run when he stumbled and lost his rider at the beginning of the race. And I think you look at it as really his first start with Carlos Figueroa. The blinkers do come off. He still's outfitted with a shadow roll. And prior to that, with previous connections, he was just running against such tougher competition and just, I think, kind of thrown to the wolves a little bit. He broke his maiden for $30,000 at Laurel. I think this is a spot where he fits. Now, he was acting up as they were trying to get the tack on him. He reared up in the saddling stall. His groom did an excellent job holding on to him and looking like they're going to bring him outside to saddle him outside of those saddling stalls. I don't have notes of him being difficult like this in the past, but it seems that he is far more comfortable being out of that enclosed space and acting better now. He looks tremendous for Carlos. Great coat, super muscle mass on him. I thought he's very interesting in taking this as really kind of the first time he will actually get a chance to run at this lower level, Greg.
All right, we'll get back for the post parade in just a little bit. Apologies there. Yeah, Keisha rejoining us downstairs. Thanks for braving the elements as we get back to Tampa. And a look at the current odds here for this 6th, 5.5 furlongs and non-winners of 2 in the past year since June the 5th. The condition here, 6-5 on the 9. JK in this spot. Jokes up Sammy Marin. This one primarily is, again, been a turf and synthetic runner. First time on dirt coming up.
Yeah, I mean, usually when it comes to turf sprints, I'm looking for horses, especially if they're going to be short prices, that are pretty tactical. They can kind of make their own trip. They can find their way forward. Jokes up, while it's probably best on paper, does not have a lot of early speed. I'm going to give the 4 a shot. Minxie, one who does have a lot of early speed. And while they haven't done well, they've run on the turf once. Haven't run on the turf. There is a lot of synthetic races in there. There's some dirt races in there. On all surfaces, this horse shows speed. So I'm just hoping that Minxie can get loose in here and on the front end, while the 9 looks the best on paper, could potentially get hung up in behind traffic.
Dirt debut, 7-5 favorite. 26 starts, has never been on the surface. 5-time winner and a short price. Public taking the bet that she is going to like it. Jason Beam. The call, here's race 6 and the start of the pick 4.
We'll be set for a start here in today's late pick 4. Bramblebush coming up. The starter heads out in front. And Lady in Heels, Jose Batista, going to be the last one to join. Lady in Heels goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Explosive Exchange, the gray was out well. Lady in Heels, the other gray, out good. And next episode down toward the inside, out in the 3rd spot as they head up the backstretch. Minxie was out in 4th. It's a length and a half more to Bramblebush, who advances far outside from 5th. Then comes Band Sweetheart and Miggy. Captured Darlings after that. It's 2 more then back to Jokes Up. The favorite is racing 3rd last. The 2 at the back early on are Wild Delight and Syllabus as the 11 of them take their run to the far turn, and those 2 grays up front. On the lead, Explosive Exchange. Lady in Heels out wide, 22.16 seconds, the opening quarter mile. They're a length and a half, now 2 in front of Mixie, who's up into that 3rd position. Next episode stays toward the inside. It's 2 more then, back to Jokes Up, who moves alongside of Bramblebush. They're both still about 5 off the lead. Explosive Exchange comes to the top of the lane, a length leader. Explosive Exchange into the stretch, a length and a half in front now. Next episode, Jokes Up, trying to rally with Mixie on the far outside. Bramblebush takes toward the inside as Explosive Exchange looking for that final 16th of mile. Jokes Up and Minxie are rallying nicely, though, down the far outside. Here comes Jokes Up. Jokes Up on the outside. Minxie trying to get to Explosive Exchange. Jokes Up in time. Jokes Up wins it. Explosive Exchange was 2nd. Then came Minxie. After that was Bramblebush and next episode.
Dirt debut successful for this 5-year-old mare. 27th start of her career. Tries the surface for the first time and is going to get her picture taken.
When it comes to those 5.5 races, whether it's dirt, turf, or synthetic, being forward is typically where you want to be. The 9 came from out of it and nailed them all at the wire.
Here's our post parade. Race 6, Sin Nombre. Jesus Romero trains, 2 for 29 lifetime.
Yeah, 2 for 29 and doesn't have a lot of early speed from that inside rail position. It feels like a disadvantageous style to have drawn down inside.
It was just 2nd at a huge price at this level. It was 41-1. Ace It could be the one leading the way in this spot. Blinkers come off, a horse who's very quick.
Yeah, there's certainly some back numbers that suggest from that inside draw. Takes the blinkers off. Will need to find some of that form for the previous connections.
Here is the one-eyed wonder, Captain Jack Sparrow for Orlando Noda.
Yeah, I like this horse a little bit in here. I think that she could pop away from there. Excuse me, he could pop away from there and then save ground down on the inside. I just wish he would have had a little bit more adversity in his last race.
This one has had more success out of town at Penn National in Maryland. the 4.
Yeah, going to have to get faster for this group, in my opinion.
To the 6. Funny Uncle, Cantermachi Barn.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to land. I thought this horse ran well last time, first time for Ilkai, and I think will continue to improve.
Here's the one to beat for Linda Rice, Airborne Elite.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the horse to beat in here. Deserves to be the favorite, has some big numbers, but I think there's an opportunity to try to beat that one.
And Dad's good runner. Look, 2 starts back, only beat a half length at this level, but probably a lot easier spot that day.
Yeah, it comes off the trainer change, and sometimes when there is a trainer change, regardless of to who to move, where you're moving, there's an opportunity to find some of those back numbers. And there is some back numbers for Dad's good runner that could get that one to have a piece in here.
Let's go back down to Acacia.
And I did the handicapping show today, so I'm going to stick with my pick of the number 4, Panda Goddess, who I liked last time, and I felt if I liked him a bit last time, I had to give him another chance in here because he's taking an additional drop in class. Honestly, the horse that just looks best, if I was just going off visuals, is the 2 in here. But I'm going to land on a horse that's the price at 13-1, and he looks great. He's well turned out. He's strong. He fits well with his competition in here. I remember Maggie Wolfenale was in the paddock last time and liked what she saw from him that day as well. He was a bit wide. I agree with Jonathan. It looks like he's going to have to get faster, but I felt going into that last race he had some dirtied up form, and at a price I was willing to take a little bit of a shot with him in here to try and upset some of the favorites. Now the number 6, Funny Uncle, going back down to this level where he has run well at this type of competition before, though in the past going longer. He's a sprinter. He's compact. He's stout. I have always written down in my notes that I want to see this horse sprinting. So I like that he's going to be able to run at this level of competition going short. I think that's exactly where he belongs. He had a good warm-up too. Very energetic out there on the track as well. He was a horse that I saw last time and didn't think that he quite matched up with what he was facing. That's not the case today. Sometimes it's just by virtue of what you're running against, and he fits squarely with these in here today, and the board would also reflect that, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. See what happens coming up. 3-2, Airborne Elite. And the horse who was acting up in the paddock, Ace It, the 2. Dangerous with that speed, down to 7-2 right now, the 2.
Yeah, you know, when you look at a horse like Ace It, there is some races with speed. And I think the last race you can kind of ignore. It broke poorly. Obviously, they just took care of the horse at that point. But from this inside draw, I'd be shocked if they weren't aggressive in going forward. I just don't know if even if they do get comfortable on the front end, if they're good enough to hold off a horse like the 6 or the 7 if they show up and run their race.
7-5. On this one here, Airborne Elite. See what happens here. Dropping down for Linda Rice. 8 of the 13 starts has at least hit the board. That last start, though, it has to leave you a little concerned, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you know, there was a little bit of trouble early, though. It didn't break all that well, so I suppose you could say that was the excuse. The races prior to that have been pretty consistent. There was a little bit of a break after that as well, from August till now, so maybe there just needed to be a light freshening. I would expect Airborne Elite to run his best race, but at this price, I still think the 6 Funny Uncle offers a little bit of value.
Chris Griffin with the call. Here's race 6 from Aqueduct.
Airborne Elite. Rider of Ace It. Lane Luzzy hops off. Back the 2 out of the gate. Lane Luzzy getting back aboard. Two out. Panagotis and Dad's good runner. Panagotis in. Dad's good runner. All set. And they're off. Dad's Good Runner broke beautifully from an outside stall, and Ace It in the early mix too. Ace It is quickest, is now up by a neck with Dad's Good Runner back to second. Sin Nombre at the rail in third. It's a shared third as Panagotis has claimed that spot, has taken the third position away from Sin Nombre at the rail in fourth. Out wider, here comes the gray, Airborne Elite, and Jose Lescano, they're on the move 3 wide. Just behind them, it's another pair. There is Collect from Ike, is traveling in tandem with Funny Uncle, and the trailer, Captain Jack Sparrow. 22 and 4 for the opening quarter mile. Ace It is the clear leader, is up by a length and a half. Dad's Good Runner is ranging up on the outside as a clear second. Panagotis is towards the inside of Airborne Elite. The gray is all in while wide. Sin Nombre, Ground Saving Journey is back for more. Red Cap now tips to the outside, but the leader is Ace It, who tries to kick away from the field. It's Ace It, who's up by 2.5. Panagotis towards the inside. Dad's Good Runner. Sin Nombre looking to split rivals, but Ace It has a furlong left to go and has 4 lengths in front. It is all Ace It right now with a 16th left to go. No stopping. Ace It, Lane Luzzy, much the best winner. Ace It will win it. Tight here for second. Give it to Funny Uncle late with Panagotis. Then came another photo that was Captain Jack Sparrow with Sin Nombre in 1 minute 10.24 seconds.
Ace It too quick for this group. And scoots away, blinkers off, and able to finish this time around against this group.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, it wasn't even close. I mean, he popped away from there, found the front end, and extended. I mean, I think Funny Uncle probably actually ran a pretty good race, but still wasn't even close enough to be able to get to that one. Very impressive performance by Ace It, and he came in and ran well off that short break.
Acting over the paddock, we saw Lane Luzzy off him right before as they were loading. Still a little unsettled, but dominates this group. And winds up going off at 3-1 in the Embrace, winning trainer. And this, you know, these lower, it's just a lower level claiming race, but it's still it doesn't matter what kind of race it is. To win in New York, it is not easy to do. It means something.
Certainly is not easy to do. It's a tough circuit, and he was able to get it done with this horse off a pretty long break, right? I mean, let's not forget the horse hadn't run prior to that since November of 2024. Came back in September, and obviously had a troubled start that is not indicative of how the horse was doing at that point, and then shows up here and runs off the screen like this.
This was over pretty early. At one point, it floated up to 4-1, goes off at 3-1 for the victory. And good for these connections to get the victory. Carlos Figueroa, Lane Luzzy, and a 3-year-old son of Connect. First time ever with the blinkers coming off. And able to have a lot more finish down the lane and get the job done here. We'll see if this one was taken or not, too. If anyone went in for the claim for $17,500. It's Ace It in the 6th here from New York.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Race 6 went to ace it. Decisive move by Lane Luzzy paid off as he was able to control. And I'm very pleased to be joined by his trainer, Carlos Figueroa. And Carlos, I watched the race and you were right behind me. I could hear you cheering and I could hear the emotion in your voice. A long wait, lost his irons, lost his rider last time, and then a win today. How rewarding is this?
Incredible, absolutely incredible. This horse got the heart like a lion. I mean, he's been off a year. He's had some issues along the way. We bought him like early last year. Just babied him along. Just got through some issues that he had from a 2-year-old and some setbacks. You know, everything like they always do. And then we finally got into the races, and he tripped leaving the gate. Lost his eye. I mean, it was heartbreaking for us, and we were really sure we were going to continue on with him. And I kind of let him dictate the program going forward. And the first couple of works didn't seem like he was interested. Like he couldn't really navigate the world with the one eye. And this last couple of works, he showed that he's back in the game. So we said let's try him and see what happens. And we felt pretty confident going into the race today. And just thankful for my team for sticking with me and sticking with the horse and paying off for us.
He's one of 2 horses actually in this race that only had one eye, and it just goes to show that they can have a normal racing career. Talk a little bit about training a horse like that. I found that they are so much more sensitive too.
They were, and he's really a kind-hearted horse, so he was a little easier to manage than most horses. Just a little leery in the beginning, and so we just gave him time to just get comfortable with it because, you know, and obviously looking at the world through one eye, it's a little harder than having that bifocal vision. And then he got used to it, and then he was fine. Now he'll still look at things, he'll hear things, and he'll try to strain his neck to see, but he's getting better. And we felt that he was going in the right direction. He was dead fit because we trained, we really put a lot of time into him, and we just love him. He's just a great little horse to have around.
As you should, and he looked sensational today, and Lane was aggressive with him. It seemed that really paid off.
Well, I told him, I said, he's really maybe one of the fastest horses I've ever had. I said, just don't get in his way. Just let him leave there. Make sure you stand in square. Let him leave there and just let him run. Let him do his thing. I said, he'll take care of it from there.
And you got to keep him as well. Looking forward to the next race. Congratulations to the whole team.
Thank you so much, Acacia.
Patience paid off in this one, Greg.
Well done to get the win, and did not get claimed, so they'll get to keep him around, have a little more fun.
Yeah, you could tell. I mean, just the story. You could hear it in his voice. You could see it in his face how much that horse means to him, and that's what's great about this game. We love to have a bet. We love winning and losing and cheering, but there's a lot more behind the scenes between these horse people and their horses.
$8.64 for the win as Ace It crosses the wire first, and our biggest price so far, 3 legs in with 2 legs to go.
Yeah, I mean, Ministerial obviously is gonna put a little bit of a ding on that payout as a horse that probably felt like a very singleable horse, but you never know, things can change moving forward.
7th race is tough. A lot of ways to go. 1 turn mile, starter, optional claiming group. Before you say goodbye, what'd you think here?
Yeah, I thought Love Me Not was a little interesting. If you look at that race, 2 back on the dirt, just felt like one that at a price with the one being bet so heavily, Systemic Change.
I'm going to miss you.
I'll be back tomorrow.
All right, we'll see you then.
All right.
Mig going to join me up here on the desk after a timeout. We'll bring you the last couple on the card. Look ahead to the weekend as well. And the big one, the Cigar Mile. Brad Cox sending out Bishop's Bay, has had a remarkable record. Is he up to the challenge coming off that Grade 3 49er win? Stay with us.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vacoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Vacoma, the one to catch. Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside, Vacoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vacoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, it was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 Naira Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995. A lot of history here, and no one knows that better than the man joining me here on the desk, winningest rider in the history of this racetrack. He grew up, just 8 miles from here and wound up winning most of the major races run here.
Except the Cigar Mile. I've seconded it a lot. But, yeah, this is Aqueduct's first racetrack I ever came racing. Came out with my dad when I was a really small kid. Fell in love with it. And, yeah, exactly 8 miles. I actually drove to where I grew up, the street I grew up, and it was exactly 8 miles from the gate to there.
Well, no one's going to appreciate this day coming up more than you, so I'm glad we have you here for it. Obviously, a huge day, last real big day of the calendar year here in New York, Cigar Mile Day, with all the stakes that we have on tap, and not just the big one, that Cigar Mile, but for the 2-year-olds, Demoiselle and the Remsen, and they've been very important in recent years. In the Remsen, race 9, 3:08 Eastern start time. Look at the field that will line up, and we've got plenty taking a shot.
Yeah, and understandably so. If you can get 1 1/8 as a 2-year-old successfully, that really bodes well, or is a good barometer for how you will fit at the classic distances. And you can understand everybody wanting to see where they're at heading into the winter and mapping out a plan, hopefully, that gets them to Churchill Downs the first Saturday in May.
Renegade, Paladin, they met back on October 17th. Paladin, $1.9 million son of Gunrunner. Obviously high expectations. Wound up getting the win via DQ first time out.
Yeah, and listen, this was a terrific effort by both the winner and the runner-up. Now, obviously, they flip-flopped the order of finish. But the two of them ran extremely well. It was nearly 6 lengths back to the third-place finisher. Now, my question for you is, with Renegade, right? At least he got a lot more experience in my estimation, right? Took the kickback, got the dirt in his face. You're going to see him, you know, he finds the gap in between horses. You like to see a young horse do this. Now he is going to come out, but do you think that at this point with his momentum, there was any way he was going to lose the race anyway?
Didn't seem like it.
I don't think so. Now that's not, listen, the rules are the rules.
Yeah.
He did come out and he did bump that horse, but I also believe that he was going to win the race.
Yeah.
Now, he also had a race under his belt where, you know, Paladin did not. And, you know, with a race under his belt, you would think that he would move forward. But you're going to see it just coming up very late. You know, this is one I honestly, I think that the best horse actually won and was disqualified. And I've seen worse not come down. But these stewards have made a clear statement that they are not going to tolerate this kind of riding, and they've been much stricter. I would say, Greg, from the beginning of Saratoga this year to right now, the stewards have definitely unblurred the lines. They've been very clear about what's expected. And as long as they're consistent with that, I have no problem with it.
Interesting to see these two go at it again, though. And for Paladin to be able to do that first time out, regardless of who you thought ran a better race, to be able to go a mile and yes, gets the win via DQ, but impressive. That it's kind of a big ask to do that first time out at a mile.
It's a huge ask to do that. Now, we know Chad Brown's terrific at getting horses prepared to run, you know, first time out or off of layoffs distances, but to actually go out there and compete and fight the way he did to the wire going a mile, there could be a big step forward there. But again, I go back to what I saw with Renegade, taking kickbacks, splitting horses. He did a lot of things right there that you like to see in a 2-year-old, like a level of professionalism.
Two very expensive youngsters. Then you have Courting, Igniter, Talkin, all intriguing 2-year-olds as well. For more on what we're going to see tomorrow, Acacia, let's get your thoughts.
Yeah, I wanted to wrap up what Richie was saying about the professionalism that we saw from Renegade in that race, because you could see it. This was a horse that first time out at Saratoga nearly took out the entire paddock. He was so green, more so than I've seen from a Todd Pletcher firster in a long time. And his second start, he was so much more clued in, so much more professional coming into the paddock in all of the preliminaries and in the running of the race as well. Whereas Paladin, the Chad Brown horse, who was a first-time starter that day, was screaming, very green prior to the race, did not seem like he was completely focused. So these are two young and developing 2-year-olds that we saw Renegade already take a big step forward. If both of them continue to improve, I think it's very exciting that we get to see them go at it once again. And I think there's another step forward in there for Paladin, especially from a mental perspective. Now, horses in the paddock for this upcoming race, and to the inside, it's the number 1 that's currently the favorite in Systemic Change, a horse that's first off the claim for Mike Maker, having gotten the win last time out, was last early and did run on between horses, but really was finishing best as the favorite that day. So he steps up off the claim, but he looks great. He's very fit. He's kind of bubbling that energy beneath the surface that you like to see. I think the mile suits him perfectly. It was just too far for him 2 starts back. He's in good form right now, especially at this distance, and he's handled himself exceptionally well, being able to keep his conditioning as he moves on through the year. So looking at him in the paddock, I really don't have any problems with him as your favorite. Now, the number 3, Love Me Not, comes in from out of town. We saw him here in New York 2 starts back, where he ran second after going to the lead, dueling on the turn, and then just ending up being passed and was second best going further, a mile and 3/16. And I think it's fair to say, looking at his recent form, he has been running longer, and maybe that's what his trainer Jamie Ness feels that he does prefer. But he does boast a win at the 7 furlongs back in July at Parks, and looking at him, he looks more like a 7 furlong 1-turn mile type of horse. If I had been in the paddock 2 starts back, I really doubt that I would have thought highly of him going that mile and 3/16 distance. While he does have some size, he's just not really built like that. I think that this actually suits him well, and he has a lot of speed. Now, I wonder if he has been able to get a little bit more comfortable when going longer distances, and if he will be quick enough in this spot, as he's pretty laid back here in the paddock. But I do like him going back to the dirt. He has handled both surfaces, and like I said, physically, I like this distance for him. The 6 Sagamore Mischief, though, I thought was interesting. I thought his last 2 races have been strong figures. And this is a horse who got back to the winner's circle 2 starts back. And then last time, it looked like he was done and actually ran on a little bit in the later stages. 2 horses came back to win out of that race, including the 3rd place finisher with an 89 Beyer speed figure in his next start. Sagamore Mischief, he's just a good doer. He never looks fit. That's how he has always been. And now as an 8-year-old, that's not going to change. So knowing him like I do, that's typical for him. But he's a horse that I think has shown in his last couple of starts when at this 1-turn distance, he's rounding back at least into the right type of form. We'll see if that continues today, Greg.
It's an interesting race coming up. I didn't feel like anybody was going to be as short as Systemic Changes in here, but I mean, Flavien Prat's aboard, and that's, as usual, hurting your price.
Yeah, and the first start for Mike Maker, although he's been in good barns, right? Steve Asmussen, Ilke Kantermachi. So, yeah, you know, Mike Maker moves horses up, but he's coming from some good barns.
Post parade we'll get to as we head back to Tampa on the turf at a mile on 16th. $16,000 climbing race here. It's fillies and mares 3 and up. And Ms. Katz from the inside, one of several taking play. Coming off a win. That was at Monmouth back in mid-August. Sonny Leone will ride for Kathleen O'Connell.
Yeah, but, you know, this is a horse that's had success at Tampa in the past. Kathleen O'Connell always does well there. And, you know, he's moving up from 12.5 to 16, but it feels like that's a little bit interchangeable.
See if Kathleen O'Connell can kind of jumpstart this meet. Looking for the first winner. This one trying to win for the 3rd time on the lawn. Jason Beam with the call. Here's the 7th from Tampa Bay.
Missed something. But Ariana Valentina now coming up. And Marcos hopping right on. So all looks good there. Tiki Bar to the outside. Jose Batista for Victor Carrasco Jr. Mile to 16th on the turf to start the late pick 3. They're in the gate. Louise Brooks acting up there in gate 8. And the race is on. Louise Brooks came away slowly, as did Utopia Rose. Sing-along Kayla and the yellow colors came out beautifully. Goes right to the early advantage. Classy disposition up from the outside is Tiki Bar. As things getting in tight there. Full Moon Magic having to tap on the brakes between horses. Mrs. Katz down toward the inside. But it's Sing-along Kayla in front as they come by the wire the first time around. Tiki Bar up to 2nd. Classy disposition is 3rd. Mrs. Katz, Full Moon Magic now a little more settled. A Joy 4th. It's a break of 2 more. Back to Celestial Express. Alcohol in the all-black colors moves to her outside. Ariana Valentina is 3rd last. Louise Brooks after the slow beginning, and Utopia Rose after the slower beginning. Those are the back 2. As they go through that first turn, Sing-along Kayla sets a nice easy pace, 25.02 seconds. So things going the way of Sarah Hess and Sing-along Kayla in front by almost 2. Tiki Bar now presses a little bit closer in that 2nd spot. As Classy disposition is 3rd. Length more, back to Full Moon Magic, who moves on the outside of Mrs. Katz. Mrs. Katz is 5th and about 5.5 off the top. Then comes Alcohol. Ariana Valentina starts to progress inside of Celestial Express. 5 more then, back to Louise Brooks and another 5. Back to Utopia Rose, who spots these leaders about 17 lengths. 50.39 seconds for the opening half mile. Sing-along Kayla unopposed as they go to the far turn. The lead bumped out to a length and a half now. Asked to go after her is Tiki Bar. Classy disposition stays toward the inside. Mrs. Katz going to try to follow that move. Is going to need a seam though as Sing-along Kayla tries to get away. Sing-along Kayla's been nursed along on the front end. Has a 2-length lead at the top of the stretch. Tiki Bar, Alcohol starting to get underway now. Mrs. Katz finds a seam in the 2 path to try to come after this long-time leader. Sing-along Kayla to the 8th pole. Length and a half in front. Mrs. Katz, Alcohol, Tiki Bar all trying to bear down on this long-time leader at the 16th pole. Sing-along Kayla trying to come through. Tiki Bar, Mrs. Katz down toward the inside. Sing-along Kayla, Tiki Bar, Mrs. Katz, Sing-along Kayla all the way. Sing-along Kayla. It's a 3-horse photo there for the minor placings. It was between Mrs. Katz, Tiki Bar, and Alcohol.
Wow, Sing-along Kayla, whose prior efforts, at least recently, going longer, had not been very effective. Hangs on today.
Yeah, hangs on today and gets back to the $16,000 level, which last time this horse ran for that lower price was a win at Monmouth Park in 2024.
Systemic Change, even money, just went by on our post parade here in New York.
Yeah, it's certainly taking all the money a horse to beat.
Power Seeker, good effort, 2 back at a mile on dirt.
Yeah, and getting back to that mile distance.
Love Me Not could be forward and has some effective dirt races.
And this horse's form is interchangeable, as good on turf as well as dirt.
Brew Pub, a big price, but it has some races that fit.
Yeah, doesn't it seem like this horse will throw in a clinker, but then comes back with a big effort?
Refua is kind of rebounded to one of the better races he's ever run.
Yeah, 5 wins, 16 seconds, does his best work when there's good pace on in front. Don't know he's going to get pace to help him today.
Gustavo Rodriguez barn, Manny Franco looking for number 3 on Sagamore Mischief.
Yeah, a horse that does have pace and should be forward with Manny.
4-1 from that outside post, but this one taking a lot of money because of the man who's aboard, and Mike Maker's been very strong off the claim here in New York. Let's go back to Acacia.
We'll check in with the number 5, Refua, who I think none of us at one point would have said coming off of a win and in great form, because this is a horse who just would find ways to finish second or to hit the board of those 44 starts. Does have 5 wins, 16 seconds, and 9/3. But it seems that Joe Sharp and his team have figured this horse out. And I've mentioned this in his last few starts since he's been in Joe's barn. His weight and his coat and his conditioning, everything about him have looked and continue to look the best that they ever have. And I saw this horse in his very first start down at Gulfstream when Louis Duco had him. And he is one that has continued to be able to hold that and to hold that form too. Now, he has been running against New York bred company. He got the win last time. Timed it well up in time to get the victory and just kept on, though he was coming from off of it. He warmed up beautifully out there. He looks sensational once again. I just can't fault him. Maybe it's a little bit of just a feeling that's attached to him and not being able to trust him to get the job done. But I think off of his recent races, you have to look at him as a potential player, because he has shown that for whatever reason, whatever they figured out, he has turned a corner and been able to actually put some of those wins together. So Refua, from purely physical, looking at him in comparison to his competition here, continues to look sensational. We'll see if he can continue to time things right out there on the track, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. About to load up even money on Systemic Change from the inside. Certainly that last race, it was very good, but even if, and it was one of the better races, Thorograph had a lot higher than Beyer. Had about the same number that 88 Beyer a few starts back, even that race.
Okay.
Some of these others still fit right in the mix, don't they?
Well, that was going to be my question to you, because you're much more savvy about this stuff than I am. But did you foresee this horse being even money? I thought this was a very competitive race.
We know who gets overbet constantly.
Yeah,
that happens with Pratt, and
yeah.
would deservedly so. It's insane what he's winning at. But Maker's been lethal off the claim here in New York too, from limited claims. I think that's part of it.
Yeah, and then winning at better than 35% at this Aqueduct stand.
That's fine. That's going to hurt the price. But in terms of the times this horse is going to win this race against this field, I didn't see it as being that much of a gap.
I didn't either. I'm a little bit surprised. I won't be surprised if Systemic Change wins.
Yeah.
Just didn't think he would be an overwhelming favorite. I thought there were other directions to go. I landed on the 3, Love Me Not. I love horses like this, honest, hard work, and bring their lunch pail, go to work.
Interesting 7th here in this one-turn mile. Pratt on the big favorite from the rails. Systemic Change. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Last to load. And in. All set. And they're off. Speed from Sagamore Mischief towards the outside and Brew Pub. Love Me Not, Disheart Scent wants to be in the early mix. That's the leading 3. Just off of them is Systemic Change. They're in a group of 3 towards the back end with Refua, and the trailer at the back end of the field is Power Seeker. They come out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch, and Sagamore Mischief goes at it with Brew Pub. They're 1-2. Letting them press on. Love Me Not. Jamie Rodriguez takes off the early heat, is 4, almost 5 lengths back there in 3rd, but all alone as Power Seeker moves up alongside here from 4th. Then comes Refua, the trailer, Systemic Change. Pace battle on the front end. To the outside, Sagamore Mischief is holding Brew Pub in that tight spot here at the rail. Brew Pub at a big number, wants to challenge, is still ahead back in 2nd, and the front 2 in a pace duel in 46 and 4 for that half-mile time. Love Me Not was well settled just off of them, is starting to inch back into it now. Refua towards the inside here of Power Seeker and Systemic Change. Still the trailer as they're approaching a quarter-mile left to go, and the top two are coming back to the field. Look at Systemic Change making a move. Gold Cap at the rail, finds a seam, and Systemic Change, just like that, is taken third as they reach the top of the stretch. Sagamore Mischief tries to kick on. Here comes Systemic Change, who was last around the turn, but is now first as they approach a final furlong. And Systemic Change, Flavienne Pratt, they're opening up by 2.5. Towards the outside, Refua is now battling and takes second, but no doubt, Flavienne Pratt, Systemic Change, first off the claim, and that's a winner. Refua second, then came Sagamore Mischief and Power Seeker in 1 minute 36.41 seconds.
He was that good. Got a nice setup here as well. Pratt for Maker again off the claim. 6-year-old son of Gosapper, now 10 wins from 26 starts.
He made his favoritism look like it was generous, the way he won. And about the 3/8 pole, when he started picking up his horses, he was moving so smoothly, so nicely. And this is why Flavienne Pratt's so good. Never leaves the fence, picks his way. Just patient, confident. It's like he has no doubt that it's going to work out well for him. And what a trip he worked out. Look at the way he's going to slide up inside of Refua and basically, make the gap for himself and power away. This was Flavienne Pratt at his finest, and Systematic Change made his favoritism look, again, like I said, generous. Refua, his 17th second against 5 wins, but he's closing in on $500,000.
Nice horse to own, wouldn't he?
Man, he pays the bills, I tell you that.
We've talked about how incredible this rider is. He may wind up being one of the absolute greats of all time.
He is most...
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. He's most reminiscent of Jerry Bailey to me, how tactical he is and the way he finishes on horses. He, to me, is a Jerry Bailey reincarnate.
When is the last time... you're over 80 mounts into a meet that you're winning almost at 40%. I don't know if I've ever seen that.
No, I had one winter here where I won at 35%, for the entire winter, and it was great and everything. This is like another level.
Unreal. As Pratt just continues to produce 2 wins this afternoon and could be on his way to back-to-back Eclipse Awards.
But he's made a statement. It wasn't a fluke, obviously.
No, it was not. Systemic Change, Maker, Pratt, Paradise Farms, and the 10th career win for this 6-year-old gelding. Much the best here in the 7th. Back in Tampa, this one able to hang on, stretching back out Sing-Along Kayla. And we have an incredible rarity behind this mare. Triple dead heat for second between the 1, 6, and 10.
Yeah, that's something you don't see very often, triple dead heats, but they were all together there on the wire. And the winner, Sing-Along Kayla, she got to drift in a bit in the stretch, and it forced those other horses to alter course slightly to their inside. And it actually, I think, helped Sing-Along Kayla, like thwarted their forward momentum a little. I was hoping we were going to see Alcohol and Tiki Bar come down there together.
The hunch play. Wow, that is incredible. You know, we saw that piece from New York. Carter, there was a triple dead heat for the win.
Yep.
That was in the 40s.
In the 40s, Brownie weighed a bit in Brousseau. And I know you did a feature on it. I remember you talking about it. We also had a triple dead heat here one day in the 80s or early 90s in the last race. It was just a cheaper, lower level race, but 3 horses hit the wire together. A racing rarity.
Yes, it is. Back to New York. Systemic change, 2-win day on this Friday card. Flavien Prat in this one, we were wrong. Much the best in this spot.
Again, one surprise horse won, but you could identify early on when this horse started his run that he was just going to gallop by them, and he did. But that inside-out trip, when a rider's riding well, they don't worry about if I'm going to get stuck in a spot. They save ground. They'll find a gap, which Flavien did, and obviously it helps to have a lot of horse underneath you. But boy, Flavien has just been making all the right moves for such an extended period of time. And hey, he's going to be based in New York this winter. I was talking with him the other day, Greg, and he said, you know, when I have to travel, I've got Kennedy, LaGuardia, I can go out of New York. So it just makes sense for him to stay put. His children are getting a little bit older now, have them settled in one spot. So you're always looking for, right, that balance, professional and personal. So you want to make sure your family's good, but you also got to make sure your career's good. I think Flavien Prat's in a good spot.
Career's going pretty good right now.
Absolutely.
Late pick 5. Here's how it's played out. Pretty formful. And we got 1 leg remaining to close things out coming up next. 1 turn mile. New York Breds, maiden special weight. This one does seem, I know we got no choice, but one of the more wide open races of this sequence. We will see what happens here to close it out. What'd you think?
Again, you know, there were a couple races today that just looked like there were some horses that laid over. This was not one of them. You know, and we're going a mile. And this time of year, right, Greg, you always see some horses that have been more turf meant, giving it a shot on the dirt, right? We're going into winter. We got to see where we fit. Should we give the horse a break or send him to someplace they can race on turf, or can we race through the winter with it?
Actually, some really good payoffs considering what has come into this point. Wow. Kaz Oil Changer, I thought contenders over 2,400 back in the pick 5. Guilty, almost 900. Poppy's Ticket over 1,100. So you can still manage something here if you can cash in this nightcap to close things out. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We will talk Cigar Mile. Big day coming up tomorrow. One of the more interesting storylines in that race. Made a really career-changing, going longer for Phileas Fogg. But he's going to cut back, put blinkers on. Phileas Fogg for Gustavo Rodriguez. Stay with us.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Now bid at $410,000. There's your winner, $410,000.
$400,000.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
$1,600,000. $1,600,000 bid today. $1,600,000 bid now. Bid now $650,000. $1,650,000. $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000 and a half. $1,600,000. Thank you.
As we get ready to say goodbye to this historic racetrack, we thought we would take a look back at the great races, moments, people that have defined Aqueduct Racetrack over the years. And what better place to start with one of its most signature races, the Cigar Mile. It began in 1988 as the Naira Mile, designed as a year-end showcase for the best milers in the country. A one-turn mile on the Aqueduct dirt, fast, fair, and often decisive. Then came 1994, and a bay colt named Cigar stormed down the stretch and dominated by 7 lengths.
And Cigar running a monstrous race today to win the Naira Mile.
That win ignited one of the greatest streaks in racing history, 16 straight victories, and forever linked his name to Aqueduct. 3 years later, the Naira Mile officially became the Cigar Mile, honoring the champion whose legacy began right here at the Big A. The Cigar Mile has crowned some of racing's finest. Discreet Cat in 2006, setting a blistering record time of 132.46.
And Discreet Cat with another dazzling performance.
Kodiak Cowboy, who used his 2009 win to clinch an Eclipse Award.
And it's Kodiak Cowboy!
And Tonalist, the Belmont hero who proved his versatility in 2015.
The 4 of them come down to the line. Look like Tonalist got there.
Year after year, the Cigar Mile is a final proving ground for the best sprinters and milers before winter settles in. And as Aqueduct prepares for its final chapter, the Cigar Mile remains a living reminder of what makes this place special: tradition, toughness, and timeless performances.
So much great history. No one better to do that piece than the MIG. And I'm sure there's going to be some emotions when we say goodbye here.
Oh, it is definitely going to be, I'm going to be emotional. I love Aqueduct. Like I said, a place I fell in love with racing, horses. I was the little kid staring at that wood memorial wall. Could tell you every owner, trainer, horse, jockey that ever won it. And, and then to get an opportunity and actually be on that wall and win the races I did here, the amazing memories. Yeah, pretty good stuff. But, there is a lot of great history here. And even here where our set is in Equestris, this is the largest restaurant in all of Manhattan, or the city, I should say, all the 5 boroughs.
And still, on big days, we're going to have it tomorrow during the Cigar Mile.
Yeah, there'll be a good crowd here.
Absolutely.
Tomorrow.
Nice little lunch-in area. Enjoy the races. Cigar Mile, big one, race 10, 3:37 Eastern. It's our ABR race of the week. We talked about Phileas Fogg going to break. And what will we get from this horse who's sort of become a specialist going longer at a 1.25 miles?
Yeah, I mean, as they stretched him out and he was able to use his speed effectively and be forward, that's where we've seen the best of Phileas Fogg. How does that translate to the one-turn mile? That's the big question, isn't it? But he's in really good form right now. They're wheeling him. He ran in the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup, was disqualified, came back with a good effort in the Woodward to lock, and now here he is coming back in the mile. I think it speaks to how well he must be doing for Gustavo Rodriguez to give him this opportunity.
Blinkers will go on in addition to the cutback in distance. And, as good as he's been, article came out in the Racing Form, Gustavo Rodriguez, his connections, feeling he's could have had things go a little bit better for him. So we'll see if this equipment change and maybe finding new life at a different distance.
Yeah, and, you know, putting the blinkers kind of makes sense on the turn back because they always run them 1 mile much sharper than they do the 2-turn races that he's been running. But listen, honest, hard-knocking performer, has Joel Rosario named.
Could not find a horse with a more opposite running style than this one right here. Crazy Mason is going to come from another zip code, make his presence felt late. He usually makes it felt. Will he get pace set up? What do you think about this level of competition for him?
You know, he's run well in graded stakes company. He was 3rd in the Grade 1 Forgo to book him down. Now, the question for me is the stretch to the mile. He seems to have shown that he's a very effective one-run sprinter where you get a good sharp pace in front of him going 6, 6.5, 7 furlongs. Mile might mute his late rally a little bit. You know, you're not going to go quite as fast up front, and will it mitigate that closing kick stretching out to the mile?
Fun horse to watch do his thing, coming from so far out of it. He is very far back early. He's going to spot this field 10 to 12 lengths and then come running late. We'll see if it's enough. Horse who was 3 for 5 at Aqueduct, and Arad Ortiz Jr. is going to be aboard for Gregory Sacco.
Yeah, you know, listen, Greg Sacco does a great job. It's great to see them have a presence in New York. The Sacco family has just been a big name in racing for as long as I can remember, predominantly on the New Jersey circuit, but it's nice to see them have this presence here in New York. And he is a very honest horse, comes with that run. But a lot of people see a closer and go, well, a little further, you know, will be good for him because he's a closing type. But that's not always the case when you get a closing sprinter because they're pace reliant.
Yeah. Be fascinating to see a couple of very interesting storylines in Saturday's Cigar Mile. We just saw that triple dead heat for 2nd at Tampa. Talked about, brought up memories of the only triple dead heat in a stakes race in North American history right here at Aqueduct in that 1944 Carter. Here's that picture.
That's a great picture. I love it. You see a couple of the riders wearing darker pants. It's now mandated, here in New York, you have to wear white pants so that if you do have a fall, you contrast against the brown of the dirt or the bright green of the grass, so a horse can pick you up and try to avoid you, and horses will try to avoid you. But this is, that's history right there. That's really cool. And for anybody wondering, June 10th, 1944, I was not here.
Brownie Bosway, wait a bit, involved in that, the only triple dead heat in stakes history.
Man, it must have been fun back in the jockey's room, those 3 guys talking about it. And in a prestigious race like the Carter Handicap, too.
I mean, they sell that photo at Saratoga.
Yes. You know, it's interesting, though, Greg. Handicaps were designed to try to bring all the horses together. Theoretically, if it's a 10-horse field, the racing secretary is putting weight on horses or removing weight from horses to try to get 10 horses to dead heat. Obviously, it's never going to happen, but to get 3 to do it, that racing secretary did one heck of a job
yes,
that day.
He did. We still have the nightcap to come on this Friday card here in New York. Again, New York bred, maiden special weight, 1-turn mile to close things out. As you get a look at the 7 there in the background, that is Asking for a Friend. Pratt will look for number 3 on this Friday card. Again, teaming up with a Mike Maker barn.
Yeah, and listen, again, this horse has 1 try on the dirt. It was in the slop, or 2. I'll forgive the first start. And that wasn't a bad effort either.
I had to face a monster in the debut, too, so can forgive that. That was Sand Devil. Let's go down to Acacia.
I get it with this horse. It's going to be the Mike Maker. Flavien Prat, could he win? Absolutely. But at such a short price, and I know he ran well in that off-the-turf race, but he was beaten that day by Spirit of the Law, who is more of a turf horse. Haute Couture behind him, turf horse. Everybody, this one included, in that field looked and is more of a turf horse. So that being said, now in a scheduled dirt race, I know he faced some decent horses in his debut, but he did absolutely no running that day. He looks great. He always does. Super coat on him. He's handled himself very well in here, but That being said, he still is built more like a horse that would prefer the grass. Maybe he's just going to be better than what he's facing in here, but he's a bit more angular, slacker pasterns on him, and that's why I think he ran well on that wet track too in the company that he was facing. Again, he absolutely could win, and we've seen how well Flavien Prat is riding and just putting his horses in the right spot. Just felt like there might be a few other more intriguing prospects for one that's going to take so much money. The number 5 probability comes back off of a big layoff. Do note he does not return as a gelding. It was noted in the late changes earlier that he is still a colt, so he's not been gelded throughout that layoff. But coming back, not having run since September of 2024, when he finished a distant third behind Man in Finance and Kenny B, both of whom have run some decent races. This horse has not grown or changed at all. I'll watch him warming up, but was hoping to see a little bit more progression from him, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. We'll get back to this, bring you the post parade momentarily. First off, Tampa. And race 8, 7 furlongs on the main track. Fillies, mares 3 and up who have not won a race since June the 5th. The condition here.
Yeah, coming out of that shoot at Tampa, 7 furlongs, $5,000 claimers. Tampa's always been one of those racetracks that a horse has to have a lot of foundation to be comfortable with. And I always look for horses that have had past success at Tampa Bay Downs. A horse that kind of fits that bill to me is the 3, Woods Hole. At 8-1. This horse has had 5 wins from 20 tries at Tampa.
Favorite though, the 7, that's Foxy Lady. Sonny Leone rides 3rd at this condition last start. Let's go to Jason Beam.
12 to join him. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Efficacious down toward the inside was away well. Foxy Lady is forwardly placed. Sing Scat sent hard for speed toward the far outside along with Josiah as they sort themselves out. And that chute coming out of the main track. Sing Scat and Josiah out wide. Foxy Lady, those are the top 3 as they come out of the main course. Efficacious is now 4th. Woods Hole 5th. Right to that one's outside. Good Bright Flames is 6th. Length and a half more back to Shabam in the red colors, who races in 7th. Another break of 2 back to the gray Ruxton Rocks, who's 8th. Another 2 to Once an Eagle. After that comes EM's Treasure Girl. One Violent Affair has 1 beat, and that's Drills Valentine, who is the early trailer. The gray is 12th and last, and about 11 or 12 off the lead. 22.33 seconds, the opening quarter mile. Those 2 outside runners make their way to the front as they go into the far turn. Sing Scat by a half a length to Josiah. 2.5 more to Foxy Lady. Woods Hole trying to inch closer from 4th in the black colors. Blue Cap is drawn within 2.5 the lead. It's another length in Efficacious, who's starting to get underway as they wind around to the quarter pole. Sing Scat, Josiah, Woods Hole. Foxy Lady spies a seam down toward the inside, is going to try to run through there as they come to the top of the lane. Foxy Lady indeed cuts the corner, goes narrowly to the front. Efficacious on the outside is now up into the joint second with Woods Hole, also trying to rally on. Shabam, who was last, is trying to make up ground. Just over a 16th of a mile to go. Foxy Lady still there. Woods Hole a length and a half back in second. Then comes Efficacious, but it's Foxy Lady. Foxy Lady in front by 2. Woods Hole and Efficacious. Foxy Lady by 2. Woods Hole was second. Efficacious third. Shabam fourth.
80th start of this 8-year-old mare's career. 0 for 16 this year. She gets her 9th career win.
And a dream run under Sonny Leone, finding the rail and slipping through, turning for home.
All right, back to New York for the nightcap. Here's the post-parade Klimt Master. It shows some speed on dirt in the debut.
A lot of chances. Get a 10-pound bug, making his 2nd career start, Chris Joe LeBoy.
Kaz Oil Changer. This horse, 3 starts back, faced a horse who would demolish this field, Iron Dome.
Yeah, no doubt. He was second best there. Any one of those summer races would put him right in the frame here.
Way too big a price. Here's the 3, 2 Honest Mischief, Chris Engelhardt.
By far and away, best effort last time. Maybe a work in progress, but again, 0 for 14.
Nothing but Nitro did not live up to the name in the debut.
No, it's going to have to improve vastly. Was a bit fractious at the gate. Keep an eye on that as we get closer.
Long time away for probability. Who had been favored against State Bred Maiden Special.
Well, I'm glad. Good information from Acacia. This horse is not a gelding. I thought he was getting the full makeover.
There's Guilty, the 6 on our screen for trainer Bruce Levine.
Yeah, this horse ran well, 2 back, and then regressed a little bit. Now in the Bruce Levine barn, can this horse rebound?
Jump to the 8 Poppy's Ticket, Chris Engelhardt.
I thought this horse was very interesting. I love the outside draw, and I like this horse stretching to a mile.
Yeah, 2 sprints stretching out 7-1. Ricardo Santana Jr. will be aboard. Let's go back to Acacia.
And as far as the 6 Guilty is concerned, he and Poppy's Ticket come out of the same race and get to rematch. And I think that they both offer some intriguing prospects in here. And Guilty, I had liked a bit 2 starts back at a massive price. So maybe that was the day. But I think, yes, it's possible he regressed last time. He was a little bit in an uncomfortable position when chasing and then flattened, but really didn't have much excuse. However, I have been waiting to see him stretch out in distance. This horse is massive, especially compared to what he's facing in here. But first time out, he was so green, he was so distracted, and he had taken such a big step forward in his second start. Maybe it was a natural regression, but he is now second time in the Bruce Levine barn. I have so much respect for Bruce as a horseman. His horses always look fantastic too, and I always try to make a case for his runners as well. So at a price, I thought Guilty a little bit interesting, but Poppy's Ticket, the 8, I was probably a bit too hard on him at first glance because I wasn't overly sold that he could get the distance, but looking at him more closely here in the paddock, I'm more optimistic about him stretching out. And he was wide chasing last time out and off of a layoff. So second time off the bench, he's a bigger bodied type of horse, so he probably really benefited having a start under his belt and could take a step forward today. The number 2, Kaz Oil Changer, is a big price, and I hadn't liked him on paper initially, but looking at him, I wanted to mention him because I think he's being overlooked, and he's interesting to me, stretching out at 20-1 now. I mean, he ran well, going 1 mile and an 1/8 early on, distant seconds behind some good horses, including New York Bred Stakes winner Iron Dome. And then last time out when sprinting, he was last and just completely taken for speed. He's such a tall, leggy individual. He wants to go longer, and he's getting back to doing what he wants to do. I think he has some dirtied up form, maybe one to include underneath at a big price, Greg.
See how this finale plays out. 8-5. Favoritism on probability on the long time away, and a lot of changes here. New gelding getting Lasix.
A really strong work tab, though, at Churchill Downs, right? You see 5/8 and 1:03, a minute and 3/5, a minute and 2/5, a minute and 3/5. But yeah, now it was reported as a gelding, but it's not a gelding, but does get Lasix for the first time. So there is some changes here. I went in a different direction. Excuse me. Obviously, Poppy's Ticket. The 6 Guilty, who Acacia likes. This is a homebred for Doc Belinsky, Roddy Valenti, and Dr. Alfred, and all the riders are friends with Dr. Alfred. He's put a lot of us back together.
Real quick, too. 2 horses could result in a pick 6 carryover. The 1, Clint Master, and the 4-0, but Nitro. You had something on the 1?
Well, the Clint Master's making his 20th start, and the jockey's making his 2nd start. So Clint Master has a lot more experience than his rider at this point.
It's amazing, right? 19 starts, has never hit the board. Did show some dirt speed, though, in the debut and getting back on dirt. We'll see if Clint Master can show anything here at a huge number. Would be a stretch. Probability, the big favorite in this nightcap, but several interesting to close things out. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed towards the inside here from Kaz. Oil Changer right to the front, and Kaz Oil Changer is a clear leader. Right to the outside is Probability, who's going to take back. And here comes Guilty to apply some pressure. And Guilty will now put a nose in front. It's Guilty from out of the chute, is now a neck in front of Kaz Oil Changer back to second. Out wide or 3 wide, that's going to be Poppy's Ticket. Then behind them at the rail, that's Clint Master. Probability in between horses with Asking for a Friend. They're going to be mid-pack, and there comes a move from 2 Honest Mischief, and the lone trailer is Nothing But Nitro. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Guilty and Kaz Oil Changer, they hook up, and they are head and head as they're approaching 4 furlongs left to go. Just in behind them, tightly bunched, but Poppy's Ticket's going to be 3 wide. Probability is patiently ridden in between horses, and at the rail, 2 Honest Mischief. Here comes the move from Asking for a Friend while wide, and from the back, Nothing But Nitro, about to pass Clint Master, who's the trailer. 46 seconds flat for a half-mile time. Guilty to the outside of Kaz Oil Changer, a lineup of 3 just waiting for a path, and Probability travels well. Probability switches to the outside, holding the rail positions, 2 Honest Mischief, and they are 5 across the racetrack at the top of the stretch. And the leader now, 2 Honest Mischief at the rail, Kaz Oil Changer. Probability is trying to commence that rally down the center of the racetrack, starts to lug in here. The leader, 2 Honest Mischief, and Probability, these 2 press on. Probability now challenges to the outside of 2 Honest Mischief, who's a stubborn foe to the inside and battles right back. 2 Honest Mischief, Probability, these 2 down to the line, give it to 2 Honest Mischief. 2 Honest Mischief over Probability, far back Kaz Oil Changer finished 3rd, and Poppy's Ticket in 1 minute 37.14 seconds.
2 Honest Mischief in a battle stretching back out. Had 7 thirds in 14 career starts and now finally breaks through.
Breaks through, shows the last race wasn't a fluke. Horse going in the right direction for Chris Englehart, who's been winning races for long before I think I even started riding. What a nice trip here under Eric Cancel. Eric gave this horse a terrific ride. He and the runner-up, Probability, they were side by side. Probability had a tip out to get to the clear where he got to cut the corner, Eric Cancel, with 2 Honest Mischief, and then just fight it out to the wire. Trips won this race. Eric Cancel gave 2 Honest Mischief a really, really good ride and a nice trip.
Ding-dong battle back and forth. Pick 6 is obviously going to get a hidden here. Pick 5. We didn't really have anything in the way of a price come in. It's going to pay close to $600.
Wow. Very cool. You got to give Probability a lot of credit because, to come go a mile off of the layoff and run so well. But, boy, what a good trip and good ride. Nice to see Eric Cancel get up the mark. He hadn't won a race yet at the current stand. It takes a ride like this and a win, get a rider's confidence up and get people thinking about them and, putting them in their their lineup, right, in their rotation of riders they want to use.
Wasn't that long ago here at this meet, he won 6 in a day to
close out leading rider
and pass Kendrick Carmouche, right, for leading rider?
Right, on the last day of the meet. Yeah.
I mean, that's
listen, it's always great to be leading rider, but to do it like that in such dramatic fashion.
That was
incredible.
Yeah. 2 Honest Mischief. Start number 15. Breaks through, gets that first career win. Can sell for Englehart, My Purple Haze Stables. Prices when we come back to close out this Friday card from New York.
Alapa means everything to me and my family. We moved out here about 5 years ago. Since then, every waking day and hour has been spent building this place into what it is now. It's really a spiritual, amazing place where we try to raise the best horses in the world. My brothers, me, my mom, my dad have such a passion for this place, and we're continuing to try to better it every day. Selling's a huge part of our business. This September, we have a really big, great consignment of horses. Backing off of a very successful Saratoga season, it is hugely important and fulfilling for us to be able to help people achieve their dreams of selling a high-dollar horse or buying a high-dollar thoroughbred.
It's just so peaceful out here. It's a great environment for these horses. They really stay calm and relaxed out here. I grew up as a kid, you know, watching Curlin, and he was like a superhero to me. So definitely a special opportunity to be able to work with a horse like him. Curlin obviously is taking on the torch for Smart Strike and Mr. Prospector. So it's great to have, you know, a son like Good Magic here who we think is his best son. You know, the quality of mares that Good Magic has bred in such a short career already is just second to none. One of the most exciting things for us right now is this really good core group of young horses that we have that have came in here over the last few years. You know, you go back and look at Charlatan, who has 2-year-olds this year. You know, they've sold extremely well. Arabian Night, who we just got last year, just finished his first season with us. Just a super classy, impressive son of Uncle Mo. We're really combining the history of this place along with building up for a new future.
Back on our Friday coverage, and brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Nightcap to close things out. 2 Honest Mischief, 15th time the charm. Our winner circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Kentucky Winter Mix Sale, scheduled for February 9th in Lexington, Kentucky. Main catalog entries close December 15th. Enter now at digital.fasig-tipton.com.
Love the people at Fasig-Tipton. Been selling great racehorses for over 100 years now, well over 100 years. Just a terrific ride. Look at the, you know, saving ground, slipping through, you know, the big hole open, but Eric was able to send him through there. He and Probability were in the same, basically the same position, Probability just outside of him. He had to go outside to secure his run, where 2 Honest Mischief was able to slip through, and then a nice battle down on the wire, and it put a lot of separation back to the third horse. It was a good race, and as Acacia pointed out, Kaz Oil Changer, who wound up third after contesting the pace, way too big a price at 23-1.
3-5-2 finish in that nightcap. Pick 6 over 3,700. Let's take a look at Pick 5 follow along. It's incredible, that return. It's the biggest price.
The last race was the biggest price, huh?
Who was...
and he was one of the contenders, one of the players.
No question, no question. Wow. And we say it all the time. It is a great bet, and that one, not much came in today. Still rewards you pretty handsomely. We're going to take a timeout right around the corner next week. Hot Springs, Arkansas, opening day. Some of the best winter racing on the planet. We're going to be there all meet long. Stay with us. We'll be back right after this.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls. He wins another one, this time the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class, on the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff. Aim high. Breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
Saturday on America's Day at the Races, winner of 8 races in 12 starts, Bishop's Bay sets the pace at Aqueduct's iconic Cigar Mile, one of 6 stakes races on a winning card from the Big A. Kicks off Saturday, 11 Eastern on FS1.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. Next week, opening day, December 12th, Hot Springs, Arkansas. One of the most competitive meets, one of the most difficult meets to handicap, which means horse racing players love it.
Absolutely. Big fields, competitive racing. It was a lot of fun being down there. Pat Pope does such a good job, their racing secretary, putting together fantastic racing cards. Chris Ho became a very close friend. I'm really looking forward to getting back there at some point in March. I'll be there, Greg, and spend time with my Oaklawn Park family. And we should say congratulations to Louis Sella, who was just honored with the, he's going to be inducted into the Arkansas Tourism Hall of Fame, and I think it speaks volumes to what they've done with Oaklawn Park.
It's been incredible how he has kept that tradition all in the family, but taken it to the next level.
Absolutely, they've taken it to the next level. The restaurants are amazing there, the casino, the hotel itself is fantastic. And even though I stayed at the hotel for a while, unlike my colleagues, I never did try the spa.
Yeah, I was not surprised to hear that they spent a lot of time in the spa. And some axe throwing, too.
I didn't do the axe throwing either, but I tell you, it's a beautiful area, too. Actually, Oaklawn Park is within the National Park grounds there.
Got some big dates to look forward to, including that incredible 3-year-old program they have on the road to the Kentucky Derby.
Absolutely, and you know, what a comprehensive series of races for every division leading up to, obviously, the 3-year-olds, the Arkansas Derby, the 3-year-old fillies, the Fantasy, and Apple Blossom and Oaklawn Park Handicap are always big events.
Yeah. Saturday, of course, not just Cigar Mile Saturday. We have Andy Sterling, Maggie Wolfendale live on site in Kingston, Jamaica, with coverage of the Mute Mile from Caymanas Park, an event that has grown in stature. We're proud to be partnering with them on a race that is just become incredibly exciting for everyone there in Jamaica. For 3 consecutive years, Anthony Baba Nunez was a champion trainer in Jamaica. He grew up in the sport. Both his father and brother were champion trainers as well in Jamaica and Barbados. But when health issues gave Nunez a scare, it changed his entire perspective on life and the sport he loves.
I was always going to be a racehorse trainer. So we started in 1994. As a racehorse trainer. My grandfather was the head of the jockey club in Jamaica, so in those days you didn't have the racing commission, you had the jockey club, and he was the president of the jockey club. He didn't want my father to become a racehorse trainer, but he went against his father's wishes and became a racehorse trainer. I've had heart issues, I had prostate cancer, so obviously that has changed my outlook. I got the heart attack when I was still fairly young, so I don't think that changed me really. The prostate cancer changed me. You know, I have a wonderful family, beautiful wife and 2 girls, and they just said, Dad, we want you around, and so we did it. We took it out, and thankfully for them, the early parts were difficult, but we're here, and I'm very grateful that we did it. I went through a long period of running second in the Trainers' Championship, I think 11 times before I won. So winning the championship was a big deal to me and my family because my dad was a champion trainer. My brother is a champion trainer in Barbados. So my dad passed away when I was 15 years old, but my mom has always been my greatest supporter. And she was now in her 90s. Her health was going down. And she wanted me to win the championship while she was alive, and I wanted it. So that drive and having to win it, and we did it. We did it before she passed on. I would say since my prostate surgery, it's a little different. I've won 3 championships since. I've won every big race in Jamaica multiple times, other than the Mute Mile or the Diamond Mile. So that needs to be checked off at some point. But it's not the end world for me anymore, meaning I love training horses. This is not a job. This is my passion and my love. I love coming to work. And I love training good horses and competing at the highest level. But the championship is not what defines me anymore. What defines me is to be a good person, really good to people, if you know what I mean. That's what has changed me. I can't tell you how important that is to me, that when you leave here, that you can say, you know what, Mr. Nunes or Anthony or Baba, he's a good guy. Not that he's a good trainer or a bad trainer, but that he's a good person.
Grew up in this sport 3 years in a row. He was champion trainer and feels like he's in a great position to get back to that point after being a runner-up to Jason DaCosta. He's going to have Nautical Star, one of the horses in the race, who had actually competed against Forte in the Florida Derby.
Wow. So, and he said this is one he needs to check off there. And, you can be a terrific horse trainer and a terrific person. I think he's got both bases covered.
Looking forward to our coverage coming up on Saturday afternoon, including Cigar Mile Saturday, our last huge program of 2025. You don't want to miss it. 4th and 1, getting the win back in race 3. Manny Franco, part of a 2-win afternoon for Jeremiah Englehart there. 2 Honest Mischief taking the nightcap at a battle. Eric Cancel aboard for the win. Cigar Mile special one on Saturday's coverage. We hope you join us tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern start time on Fox Sports, including coverage from Caymanas and the Mute Mile.